everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. We are going to do ourselves another scene from our Seri Republic world right here. We did this a few weeks ago, Seri Prime. We're going to have another view of that on this little blanky thing right here. So we're going to get going here. We're going to start to, we'll have a decent amount of drawing on this for sure. Let me move this over here. That might be a little hazardous where it is right now. Let me get my reference going here too. 1 second. There we go. Here it is. So we're actually drawing is this. Seri Republic Wind Dancer. They're Sky Theaters. Super popular. So yeah, I thought we would do a little drawing and painting of this, and then either Friday or Saturday we paint that baby up. Nice to see their land dressed. So here's the first of the fishing ships right there. Nice to see their Camda. So yeah, this was super fun. Actually, I printed out a larger version of this just because. Now, no idea if it actually printed out. I think that it did. Check this out. This video is also, I'm going to put this up on the Patreon page tomorrow right here. So this is look at that. There's, we have some of our greenish kind of light stuff in place. We got our sneaky snake up there. Look at that, super fun. Put you back over here 1 second. There we go, that's safer. So great to see you there, Camda. Now, Landras, let's see. I guess I wasn't sure if you were going to go see yourself another movie today. Odyssey, that's it. So, Landras, were you going to go see that thing? Because I guess that's the next big thing, or I don't know. I think that's the next big thing. Could be wrong, but something tells me it is. So next week, okay. Now, is that supposed to be one of those 3-hour movies there, Landrast, or is it just kind of standard length or whatever? So great to see you there, Camda. So we're just kind of doing a little bit of whatever in the background there. We got to try and get we never really have had a chance to do much in the way of figure drawing or anything like that. It's an old-fashioned gesture. Old-fashioned gesture. It's almost like art school days. Look at that. Let's get ourselves a little perspective here. Maybe a little higher. A little higher there. So not 6 hours long like Avatar, or was it 7 or 8 hours? I think actually, Landras, didn't the Avatar movie tickets come with like some bedding or something like that, so you could just sleep there overnight, waiting to get to the first intermission or something like that? Now again, I think I might have seen Avatar in the theaters. I think, what are they, like an Avatar 73 now or something like that? Like, I can only imagine what remember the extended version, and then there's the super extended version, and then there's the super duper extended version. Like for Lord of the Rings, that's right, yeah. I think they still have, didn't they release like the ultra super duper extended version of Lord of the Rings? It's like 17 hours long or something like that. Let's do a little more of this. Hey there, Valfira. So Valfira, I got a bunch of fun stuff to show you. Now, I'll send you that tomorrow. Didn't get a chance to send you that today because, well, it was pretty much determined that the air conditioner is dead. It sort of works sometimes, which is okay when it's, say, 75 degrees, maybe even 79 or even 80 degrees outside, but when it's like this, that's a no bueno. So yeah, not quite adequate anymore. And I was kind of hoping to wait for either another Prime Day or something like that. But there is no waiting for another Prime Day because I didn't sleep again last night. So it's like, nope, we can't be doing that again for more and more days. So we just is like, all right, fine, we'll just get another one. I always try to have like one, essentially like an unopened one on hand. It's like, oh, okay, this one's not really working very well anymore. Let's just chuck this one in there. Been doing that for years, basically just kind of waiting. It's like, okay, it's on sale. I'll get me another one. Nope, Velfira. That was actually technically I got it in 2022. I didn't actually start using it till 2023. I actually got that so that things wouldn't get too warm for when Kathy was sick, because we were going to need things to be like extra cool and stuff. Ooh, look at this nifty little railing right here. But basically, it's been so insanely warm in the summer times that it basically just got worn out. Kind of before its time. Is what it is. Again, I normally would have gotten another one, but unfortunately we kind of got that battery thing, right, Velfira? Yeah, got the battery thing. That sort of chewed up some funds right there. Okay, I think you can see how this is starting to build up here. This is not the entire, I think we have. Oh, 1 second here. I gotta move this scene, that's right. Somehow my other Seri Republic scene either got deleted or something happened to it, don't know. So 1 second here while I move this around. We're getting there, we're getting there. Okay. There it is. So that's kind of, again, what we're doing right there. Where's my... There's my scene again. No problem there, Camda. Well, good luck with all that. Good luck with all that. Hopefully they spell my name right. Let's get this here. Like so. That is 2 L's in Wapelius, of course. Let's do... No. Let's have it go like this. Like so. There we are. Now, I think we got that a little bit better. Other hand, doing the hand thing. Now let's try to lock in some of these features. It doesn't have to be super duper exact and all that because, well, with all the stuff we're going to be doing with the sky and everything, a lot of the drawing might end up doing a little bit of a vamoosel there. So we don't want to get too involved with it. And of course, this is, again, it'll either be the Friday stream or Saturday stream. We'll paint up this right here, which, oh, well, gee whiz. Yeah, that looks kind of familiar, doesn't it? It looks just a wee bit familiar. So again, very understandable that Camda would want a tattoo with Wapelius on there. As long as he doesn't, obstruct the Linseed Fellowship tattoo, I guess we can accept that. Here we are, and that comes all the way down to about there. We got ourselves a column. No, that's getting too wide. Of course, I printed out another Seri Republic figure, and it had the same thing with the fingers like this, right? And I had it all off of the supports. Everything was perfect. I didn't snap anything. But because it was wet, I was washing up. It literally slipped out of my hands, and of course, instead of falling on the base, which would have been nice and strong, it literally landed right on the fingers, right there. I think he's got that one on the back. Valfira, yeah, that's in the back. I think there was a certain kind of stamp that people referred to when it's on the back. Here, let me get this. Here again, just trying to work this baby out here. More jewelry, like a little bit of a collar or something there. Eyes is there. How's about we welcome in Anti-Freeze. How you doing there, Anti-Freeze? Everybody please give Anti-Freeze a follow, because following Anti-Freeze is free. See what I did there? Yes, indeed. So Freeze, if you want to share stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. What we're doing here, I don't know if you saw this one being painted, Anti-Freeze, but this is, as you can see, it has a little something to do with our Seri Republic architecture there. And we're doing a scene now of one of the Wind Dancers. Oh, well, look at that. So we'll be painting this up probably on either the Friday or the Saturday stream, one or the other. Here's a bust right here. Not sure why that stuck to it, but there is a bust right there. We might paint that also. And that would be, again, we painted an entire fleet of these ships. That is the Seri Republic right there. So Antifreeze, again, you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. We can show you where they are on our Great Union map. There they are. See them in the lower left-hand corner? Right there, the Seri Republic. And here's some of the ships that we actually painted. We painted all of these ships on, I think we did something like 18 different Seri Republic ships. Those are 3 of them that we painted online. And here's, again, a little bit of a look at the Seri Republic there. There's some of their architecture, the government, the 12 perches. So essentially each perch kind of takes on a different aspect of the government. This is their ethos, the 3 thoughts. Go low thought is essentially instinct, right? Middle thought is day-to-day life, basically just kind of getting along, doing stuff. And then, of course, there is high thought. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Antifreeze just posted. And, of course, they are very big on things like their sky theaters. You can see our dancer up there with the orator, with the scholar, the artisan, right? So, again, that is all about our Seri Republic here. Nice to see you there, Conrads. Conrads. Is that the 450? I think, is that, yeah, it's the 450 for Conrads, which means hype train time for Conrads. So how you doing there, Conrads? And thank you so much. Of course, it is 140 Conrads celebrating that with the hype train. In a little bit, we're going to get the original watercolors out here. That would be oil paints. Yes, oil paints are the original watercolors. Everybody knows that. I wish I had known that when I was in art school, because I actually had watercolors and oils at the same time. Wish I had known that, yeah, just could have taken the oil paints. Didn't need the watercolors too. So everybody, again, check out the Instagram link that Antifreeze. Oh, here's another thing from our Compass Rose universe. This was a tutorial video I just put up on the Patreon page. That is another one of our species right there. Had a lot of fun doing this. All kinds of different skin colorations there. That was super, super fun. And and doing the pearls right there, right, making them all nice and shiny and everything. Now our last stream, we were doing the Terraforce small craft, the battlecraft. So there's an Argus, kind of like an AWACS there. There's one of your interceptors. That's the Black Forest Squadron. This is one of the electronic warfare ships there, or, well, again, small craft. This is the Hellfire Squadron, and here is a Hellhound. That's kind of a heavy attack craft right there. Nice to see you there, Doji. And that was, yep, I don't know if you saw that one, Doji, but there was most definitely some Cobalt Teal Bluish involved in that one. Doji, if you want to share some oil paint stuff, please go ahead do that. So yep, that tutorial is up on the Patreon page already. This one, it's all the way back here. So this one, we just finished episode 2, like literally hours ago. Yeah, hours ago we finished episode 2. So this, again, this will be going up on the Patreon page tomorrow. And of course, a little bit ago, I think it was last week. I think we did this one last week, right? Our Lady of Shallots, our Onion Lady there with some little bit of freehand and the monitors right there. That, again, part of our Cyberthuria universe. I'm gonna just get a little something on this tower right here. Again, part of the Seri Sky Cities. Don't want to get too much. Don't want to have too much pencil stuff here. Don't want too much of that. I mean, we know it's going to be here anyway, so we don't really have to. You have to go bonkers with it. So yeah, Doji, that one definitely has your Cobalt Teal Bluish in there. Ah, that's what we needed. We need to move that out a little bit. Like so. So antifreeze. Now, the antifreeze, do you have any, let's see, big projects that you're working towards? Contests, conventions, all of the above? Yeah, Doji, I have a feeling after Gen Con, there's going to be a whole lot of one-to-one terrain scale projects. Or one-to-one scale terrain projects. Not terrain scale, one-to-one scale terrain projects. You know, I'm going to change that around a little bit. Going to have this a banner here and then some cloth doing that stuff. Just like we got maybe a banner over there. I might reinforce some of these lines though, just so they don't get lost when we do our glaze stuff here. And I get rid of some more of that. There we are. Okay. Another Sky City here. As we welcome in AD Creations. Hey there, AD. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. You know the deal, AD. You got to share stuff in the chat. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Super fabulous miniature and also 2D art. So here you go, AD. I think you might have seen this thing right here. So again, this is probably going to either be the Friday stream or the Saturday stream, one or the other. I'm thinking Saturday on this one here. Again, this is part of our Seri Republic universe. A couple weeks ago, we did this also. Well, gee whiz, what does it look like? It looks a little bit like that down there. Yeah, Seri Republic universe. And here's some of the ships that we painted right here. Again, from that same universe right there. That's just one of their ships. Well, actually, again, antifreeze, hopefully, I don't know if there's like a bunch of brand new stuff, you know, brand new figs or whatever, or if you're just trying to kind of, you know, expand an existing army. Again, everybody please give AD Creations and Antifreeze a follow. So actually, there's a few of them. Actually, I got two other figures now. There's the Orator and the Scholar, and of course, I think you saw this right here. So this is another one of our species from our Compass Rose universe. I'm actually got some 75 millimeter sculpts going that we're gonna try and put together. See if we can get those going after the stream tonight, among many other things. So yeah, this is super fun. Actually, using the interference colors here on these. The pearls. Yeah, so those pearls would show up a little bit more. Everybody check out the Instagram link that AD Creations just posted. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow like you should. Yeah, I'm just trying to kind of do a little bit of an indication here. We don't want to have a whole bunch of pencil-y stuff. Not right here, not right now. Well, that sounds a lot like a lot of fun there, Antifreeze. Well, that sounds like it's very fun. I don't have any. I don't actually have any of my Trench Crusade busts out here anymore. It's kind of gotten taken over. Well, everything's gotten taken over by my own stuff. That's for sure. Now, AD, were you working some more on that 2D piece that you had going last stream there? And again, sorry that I didn't get a chance to hang out the last couple of streams. Let's, again, not too much with this, but we got it at least. Tell ourselves, okay, where is this going to be? We have to somewhat lock this in place here. I'm going to make this maybe a little bit sturdier there. Got some of these little lanterns going here too. So it's flat Sundays for AD Creations. Here it's well, it's supposed to be flat Thursdays, right, Valfira? But it turns out to be more like flat Fridays. Is what it is. Where's our Constitution? Where did that one go? Oh, here it is. This was our last flat painting exercise right here. Constitution versus Guerriere. Now, I did that, well, ostensibly on the 4th of July. I think I got, I came in like 2 seconds before midnight on this thing here. I think we're just about at a point where I think I can get away with starting to do a little bit. Yeah, let's start to get a little bit of something on here. Okay, let's get a little bit of color on here. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Inganes, if you want to share some stuff in chat, please go ahead. Everybody, again, check out Inganes. Fabulous oil-painted miniatures. Do I use you just because? Yes. I will use you just because you are bigger. Okay, it's like, what happened to me thinner? That's it was all gone. Not sure where it went. And again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. Also, Inganes. Do that. There you go. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Inganes just posted. A little bit Indian yellow. Actually, that's got too much other stuff on it. I'm going to go with a new one here. Good thing that oils are the original watercolors. That's more like it. Na. Boom. There you go. It's like the pre-glazed version of flat art. There you are. That's better. Now this is a little bit of the cooler yellow here. That's gonna go over here. We're just mostly the Paul Rubens alkyds. Mostly that. We got, you know what, little bit of orange gonna start to work its way in here. Look at this, nice watercolory oils, fabulous watercolor oils. With no water. No water means no watermarks, yay. No watermarks for us. No soup for you, no watermarks for me. It all works out. Yep, in Ghani's, what's hilarious in Ghani's is in this room it's warmer than that. I'm pretty sure that 87 is about, that's about what, 28 degrees Celsius there in Ghani's? Yeah, that's what it is here. So the anti-death orb shield is not functioning in Welshlandia right now, is it, in Ghani's? Yeah, the something, I don't know, whatever surface tension did to the anti-death orb shield there, it is not working the way it's supposed to. All right. So you can see how it kind of migrates, right? A little bit of the, there's a little bit more of the orange over there. Now again, we'll start to work in a little bit something towards the dark here. Now I thought I had. Fine. We'll just do it this way. We'll make our own amber color. Ooh, how's about this? Look at here. A little bit of the orange, a little bit of the violet, and then a little bit of that. Yeah, we'll do that. Maybe even more watercolory here. Ooh, you know what? Do I got another one of these floating around here? It does. Yeah. There we go. Watercolor oils. Nothing like them. With no watermarks. Better yet. Get you rocking and rolling along here. Start to make you a little darker here. So again, everybody check out what AD Creations posted. Everybody check out what Ingones posted. Do the follows, do the stuff. Yeah, let's keep this moving upwards. And because we got ourselves a little bit of wet oily paint there, see, we can do a nice little bit of mixing on the fly. Fine, we'll make you all darker up here. Whatever, don't care. Darker, darker, darker. Now, this is where I'm trying to hang on to it. We'll have to just let go of that for now. I'll do the dark stuff over here. There. Down. More. Use that as a blendy brush there. Things must be messy before they can be neat, right? That's the rule. That's how it goes. You know what? Let me see what happens with this.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, pal. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that follow. So, Guahir's got something, I guess Guahir's got something going on that he never really told me about. He's got some explaining to do next time around. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 right here. Let's see what happens. Well, that's half a 6. And as Gandalf likes to say, half a six is better than none. So thank you so much, Palatrico. Appreciate that. And again, we will be, speaking of Guajira and Eagles, we will be painting this again, probably on the Saturday stream. I have this that we might paint on the Friday stream, which would be later today, because, reasons. Yeah, I do think that's how we're going to roll. That's going to be later today. Now then, I'm going to actually get me a little bit more of my orange in here. Little bit semi-silhouette, not necessarily straight up silhouette. Work it like so. Hopefully, I will try. But actually, I'm hoping to have the Seri Republic video done. So basically, a video that kind of tells you all about, again, the Seri Republic, and it really does focus on the three thoughts. So this is their ethos right here: low thought, middle thought, and high thought. And it's really going to kind of explain all of that. Again, I'll be working on that after the stream. And on the stream tomorrow, I'll be posting the link to that. So again, folks can check that out. Come on, a little bit more of that. Now we got to get this tower over here. Yeah, that's in the background, so we can't have it be too pronounced. Not too pronounced. Let me get more. There we are. So out this way. Maybe a little bit more here. That should probably cut down through there, yeah. And then we'll now have some clouds coming off the bottom of that. Straighten you out a little bit more. Here we are. Spires on top of spires on top of spires. It's almost like sponsons, just with spires. That should come down. Widen that. Again, another column there. Some of the violet into that. Feathery cloth, fabric stuff happening there. And we give up that to grab this guy to start getting some stuff that is not yellow in the sky. Sort of like this. So AD, I'm still these are all test prints right now. So yeah, just kind of the rule is once I am convinced that it can be printed out. I'm trying to think, is there anything I've printed more than one of? I'm looking around. I think the only thing I've printed more than one of is this, and that is it. So yeah, AD, eventually, again, these are, well, like this one, right? This was a Patreon video, so this will be available to the patrons. So that's where it's going to be first, to the people on the Patreon page, because, well, they'll need them to kind of paint along, right? They will need those for painting along. And then, again, the more convinced I am that they are printable, then that's when we're going to start passing those things around. And I just, there's been a few, like the Galahad one. Oh my goodness. How many times? I think it was something like 5 times I printed that thing. Maybe 6. Before I got a usable sculpt. And I'm not kidding. It was that level of, what? How many of these have I had to print down? Let me do this. And then eventually they all will end up on my mini factory, that sort of thing. You know what? I'm gonna try this here. Let me see what happened with. No, no, no. That's better. Let's roll with this. Is that going to be a little too dark? Little too dark. Let me try this. Ooh, this might just do it. This here might. Yeah, I'm gonna roll with some of this. And then we'll go even lighter after that. We just need a little bit of this down here, and then we can get our blue in there. We had to kind of take away some of the yellow before I could introduce more of that blue. I think now we're okay. I think we're in a safer place now. Well, then you'll have them. Then and of course I'll let you know their AD for sure. Now AD, if you wouldn't mind, I can try and get you some if you don't mind printing them out. And again, you might get random results. So if you don't mind that, then I could shoot you the files there. Just again, realize they are all test prints, and until I actually look at them myself, I'm like, I don't know what these are gonna look like. I have no idea. I would like some of my blue right here. I will get a little more blue over here. So hopefully you can kind of see how this all starts to build up little by little. More of a blue here. I'm just still sticking with a big old brush. Big old brush here. That's going to also get a little bit of bluishness to it. Is nice. Up here. Over there. And of course, the other thing too is a lot of these are one-piece sculpts. Like, yeah, believe it or not, that is a one-piece sculpt. There are no pieces, no parts. There is a piece. It is that piece. It is not hollowed. If you want to hollow it, you got to hollow it yourself. It's gonna. If you want Halloween, you gotta have Halloween yourself. Ain't going to be me. Nope. Actually, it was on the video. That's right. I was like, wait a minute. I don't think you heard me say it on stream. In the video that I was just filming last night, I was saying how I've had the same file with the same supports, with the same settings and the same resin on two different. It's the same machine, but it's two different of the same machine, and it prints out twice differently. It doesn't even print out the same on the exact. Everything is the same, and it still prints out different. Which it's baffling, to say the very least. It is baffling. But AD, that would be super cool. Yeah, I was saying there, we want to be pretty sure what's going on with these files. Again, if they can't be printed, then that might be a wee bit frustrating for folks. There we go. Now we're starting to get, again, some of the sky reflections in here. I got me more of these. Oh, I'm going to grab this one. Yeah, AD, and of course, again, things like, well, that's a really complicated file. I'm like, well, then how come a broken Yeah, actually, that's the other fun thing there, AD. I've had broken printers do better jobs on files than brand new, like, fancy printers. Like, ancient broken printers are more reliable than the so called new fantabulous ones, which does not make any sense. Like, at all. Doesn't make the least bit of sense to me. But that's kind of, it's the, that's how it is. I want me, there it is. So that will turn a little bit more towards the pinkish side there. Maybe lighten you up a little more. See you later, Doji. See you later. Now we're starting to fill in more of the sky color here. A little softer in some of these things. Cause well, guess what? It's all oil paint, which means I can mix all that stuff together. Yeah. That's why we loves the oil paints. Here we are. Yeah, what the hell? This is smushy all that together. Doing the smushy. We got a big smushy brush here. Smushy brush for smushy stuff. More violet there. I keep forgetting AD when a certain person that does stuff with kilns and clay is having a birthday. I don't know if that's this week or if that's next week. I know it's coming up soon. Nice to see you there, Bogus. Happy Friday there, Bogus. I hope that everything is fabulous. Thanks for joining, of course. Appreciate that. Now we might, again, start to put a little bit more dark on some of our towers right here, too. Take in. It's a little more thinner than I wanted in there. That's alright. It's alright. Yeah. Nope, want that to be more blue. More blue, more better. Get a bit more of this sort of dirty little magenta right there. Bingo. Our sun here. I think we'll leave it right in there. All right, let's see if maybe we can start to do a little more futzing arounds on these towers right here. Yeah, was that this week or was that last week? AD with the chompers. And I mean that was some serious chompers there too. And I guess I mean, literally, was he dragged cartoon style there? AD, that's what it sounded like. That's what it sounded like for sure. Which is, that's pretty freaky. Tell you that. Alright, let's get some darker stuff going here. Not insanely dark again, just some a little bit darker here. To start getting a sense of some things in silhouette. Yeah, I believe it was either yesterday or the day before that I first heard about that. That's not quite how you usually think your week is going to be going, right, AG? That's generally not on your top 10 list of to-do things for a given week. Here. Because I heard something about road rash or something like that from being dragged. So I just figured that's what conjured up the whole kind of almost cartoon-like being dragged around. Oh, like Linus, that's right. Yeah, Linus with his blanket. Except even less fun when the blanket is your hand. Again, I'm going to just speculate there. I don't know. That's just raw speculation on my part. The Van Dyke Brown. Ooh, I could use this. I could use some of the Indian Red and some of the Violet. That's going to get darker. A whole bunch of this going to get darker. I mean, we're 45 minutes in. That's it. We started painting on this 45 minutes ago. Now we're starting to get a bit of foreground here. Yeah. Let's fill in that column there, like we did the other one. Then this again comes around. Then that should reflect over here too. Why not? Why not just get me some thinner over here? Whatever's. Just do that like so. We need to do a similar thing here now. Similar thing over here. There we go again. Some a little bit of reflection over there. Some brown into this. More dark up here. Connect to Mr. Column. Okay, Mr. Column going down this way. We need more of our little lanterny things here. There. Oh, that's right. That should come down a little bit further this way. More of our. Let's get a little something darker in here too. Front leg like so. Not that wide. Maybe just wipe it away completely. Try it again. Because, reasons we can do that with the fabulous oil paints. Ostacho Indigo. It's gonna go here because, again, the same kind of reflection thing going on. Same sort of reflection here. Time to get some darks over here. There. Some of the fabric also needs to be darker. More looky there. More blendy stuff happening. Now, the little lantern that's on the figure here, I'm going to have that be a blue light because I thought that could be very interesting on this, casting it a little bit of blue light here. And of course, we have our clouds right there. It's just a junky old craft brush here, by the way. That's all I've got here, just a junky old craft brush. Where's the... That should come a little bit further up this way. Perhaps a little more dark there. We'll have to start working some of our golds into this as well. Whoops. That's what I want. I want to try to do some darker stuff here too. Again, trying to set up our light that's also going to be needed. A little more of a silhouette on the shoulders. Go back to this for the... There we are. It's got a little bit of our semi-opaque violet there. Drag that along and smooth that out. Might still work a little bit more of the violet into that, or some of the blue, and some of the blue as well. Same thing with the violet again. Is nice. I will continue once again with this tower over here. We took a little bit of a sabbatical from everything else, and I will get back to this. Widen you. Same deal there. Remember, that's going to be catching light from Mr. Sunny Sun over there. Where is that? Here we go. So again, now what you're kind of seeing is pretty much kind of the upper portions of all of these towers here. That's pretty much what you're seeing. We're still not an hour in. It's still 52 minutes since we actually just started on this. I might have to start getting to a somewhat smaller brush here eventually. I'm gonna see if I can't maybe work in a little bit more sky blue somewheres here. We gotta have a brush that's a little bit less beat up. I will try this one. Where's my... there it is. My violet there. And now that is finally... There you go. That has finally set enough that I can come back with my blue. I've been waiting on that. None of this here is dry. None of this is dry. But, we were not hasty little hobbitses. We were patient. And now we get to do this. Essentially putting blue over what not too long ago was orange and yellow and all that. More of that blue over here. Come on, there we are. Let me refresh. Let me refresh on that. Turn you this away. That's a little too fresh yet still. Gotta wait on that. That's fine. Like we said, don't be a hasty little hobbit. He's nice. Run that over here. Violet. Like I do. Okay. Where's my violet here? And this needs a little more of the reddishness. Nah, that might still be a little too dark. Also, a little too. Yeah, let's try this. Where's my red? Come on. That little shift is just about what I needed. So now, yep, here we go. So say now our cloud starts to cut that off a bit. Also, this had to be a smidge darker, right? So our little lanterns there would actually have something a little bit darker behind them. Otherwise, we would have object source shading, which is surprisingly less effective than object source lighting. Yeah. Who'd have thought? Is this the right? That's the right stuff there. Behind you and in front of that. So we're gonna get the green out of there. I'm actually gonna go even more towards this pinkish color here. Also, there. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a little weird there. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Now we're finally starting to build up our sky there, Zell. How you doing? Great to see. Now Zell, it's always good. What would you say? People feel like they got an extra chance at something. That does not hurt, right? I don't know. I think it makes it a little bit more fun. Again, people they kind of think they have a little extra chance at something. That is not a bad idea. Well, hopefully there's what it does is it kind of grows the event and the interest. Yes, grows the event and the interest. Just overall in the game, right? Because that again, you gotta have it. You gotta have that interest in the game. So Zelda, I guess you didn't. The order for the invisibility shield did not come through. I'm gonna guess that's the case. I thought you had an invisibility shield on order. There's so that you would be rendered invisible and unable to be found by in-laws. I guess how long is said visit? That is the question. And can you run out the clock? So yeah, this is going to be another evening. Well, I'm not even going to bother trying. This is going to be until Saturday. This is going to be a Monster Energy drink kind of weekend here. So we're gonna. It's almost Adepticon level testing of the Monster Energy drinks this week, or weekend, I guess, or the next couple of days. Well, Zell, I guess that's when you have to say, tell them, did you get a brand new special, Zell? You have a brand new special. Yes, indeed. Yes, it's I believe yeah, something like I don't know. Raw chicken hearts with anchovy ice cream. There you go. That's if you serve them that, Zell, that might discourage more visits. Yes, raw chicken hearts with anchovy ice cream. Somehow, I think that might deter more future visits. That also might engender some lawsuits too, I think. AD, again, I'll shoot you a message there after the stream, right? Shoot you a message after the stream and such. And hey, AD, why don't you post your stuff one more time before you head out the door? Come on. This might even get wiped out right here, but I just want it back here so that I can just kind of have it as a reference, like so. No, 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 no. Let's push that further that way. There we go. Okay. Everybody check out the Instagram. Everybody check out the Instagram that AD just shared. Zell, if there was something that you wanted to share, with the events and stuff, to kind of let folks know a little bit about upcoming events or whatever, that'd be fabulous. It's about we get some a little more dark on you. And a little more dark on you, so she actually has herself a hand of some kind here. Like so. And then we'll start to work in, again, some more of our light here too. Not to worry. That actually, we need some more darks. I'm going to maybe go with a little more violet there. Yeah, Zelt, that would kind of remove, what would you say, that removes one of those big obstacles, right? Well, I don't have anything. If you can take away that obstacle, all kidding aside, that removes quite a few impediments there. I'm going to try and get me a little bit now of the lighter stuff in here, just to, again, have a little something to play off of. We need some light here as well. More of that. Start getting some of this to be later. Nice to see you there, Artemichael. Artemichael, if you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. Like usual. Come on, there we are. That needs. Let me try some of this. We have not done any sort of gold here or anything yet. I think we need to start putting a little bit of that on here. Yeah. Let's get that foot going down here more. Then we need the lighter edge on that. Lighter edge on a lot of this stuff. Not necessarily only the white there. me work this in before we get to go see our Imperial Fists. No, that's not Imperial Fist. That is these guys. Boy, I would have loved to have oil paints here. Man, oh man. This was literally months before I started doing the oil paints. Man, this would have been a ton of help right here. Because, again, I wouldn't have used them for weathering or anything like that. I mean, Fanchon Red. I mean, if I had pre-glazed these things, I could have pre-glazed all the gold parts would have just been Egyptian violet with Indian yellow mixed together, maybe a little bit of Van Dyke brown, and then probably some, like again, Egyptian violet with Van Dyke brown again for the red portions there. And all of these vehicles, remember, it's almost like three vehicles in one because all of the tracks, all of these weird kind of side panels on them, and everything is open and there's all these gears. So that thing right there, that is like painting two Land Raiders because there's also an open cockpit there. There's a dude sitting in an open cockpit there, and that actually articulated. And again, there was tons of these little guys, tons of these little dudes like this, and then there was this, which was like 14 Land Raiders because that ray gun there, that's like 5 pounds of solid resin, just the ray gun part. And take a look at this top view. Look at this. You have the stupid telescope. You've got the open cabin. You've got, I think there was three rotating plasma cannons on there. And then all of those, again, all those tracks are wide open. So there's two sides to them. There's a ton of stuff on the inside, and it articulated in like 12 different places. The telescope did, all of the turrets did, the thing in the middle did, all that stuff all articulated. That was really insane kind of stuff. Like absolutely bonkers. Okay, where'd the brush go that I was just using? I think this is it. Yeah, this is the one here. I'm gonna get me some blue in this here. Because there we are. Some blue in here now, a little bit. And some blue over here now, a little bit. Push that up this way a little. It's more about the color than the value right there. So yeah, that would have been way more fun to do with the oil paints because it would have taken a fraction of the time. I mean, this thing right here, we actually did do a regular pre-glaze. Yes, we went all the way back to pre-glaze for this thing right here. I only used indigo, phthalo green, and violet. That's it. Those are the only three pre-glazed colors, yet we got all of these really nifty colors out of it right here. So yeah, that ain't nothing. No, I'm gonna stick with the blue right here. I need to make sure that a little bit, that little count right down the center needs to have some of the blue. Now, what is going to happen if I do this? Let me let me try to get, anyways, some of our dark around Mr. Sun here. And then some of the cloudy clouds, too. A little bit more of this orangey type stuff here. Like that. Oh, no. Back to a little bit of the, there's a little bit of our kind of magenta-ish type color in there as well. And now I can kind of carve out a little bit of this too. Yeah, there we go. Now, Camden, did you get a chance to share your stuff in the chat? I don't think so. So, Camden, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry if I didn't get a chance to say that sooner. And of course, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda also paints with the oils. Actually, Camda, we're going to be doing some streaming today or tomorrow. Speaking of which, again, sorry I forgot to ask earlier.
So say we all.
Thank you so much there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. I don't know if you've been doing the lurky thing there, Grand Oracle, but looky here. This is what's going to be posted up tomorrow on the Patreon page. Look at this. Oh, yeah. See that? We're doing object source lighting on metallic stuff. Object source lighting on metallic stuff. And I don't know if you saw this video, because this one went up, what, yesterday? On the Patreon page. Speaking of our fishies right there. So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. And everybody, again, check out a link that Camda Paint's going to share. Now, Grand Oracle, I know I ask this every weekend there, Grand Oracle, and it's usually sad news, or it's bad nose. That's right. Yes, it's not good nose, right, Camda? You always have a Boy Scout thing or something like that happening. Yes, it is not usually good nose. There's like some kind of Boy Scout thing going on. Hopefully, maybe not this time around. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Let me take some of you. Little touch of the Indian yellow. Let me see if that can do what I'm thinking that it can. It looks sort of that way. So I got some other stuff I'll be sending you there, Grand Oracle. Hopefully it'll be fun for you to see. So Camda, oh gee whiz, Cam, that's what I wanted to ask you. Did you see that stuff on the Woden that I sent you? So that's what I'm hoping would be the next army painting series, Camda, is all the Woden stuff. We'll see if it works out. I hope it does. Come on. There we are. Thank you so much, Adventure Built Gaming, for the raid. Everybody, please give Adventure Built Gaming a follow. So, Adventure Built, if you wants to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Thank you very much again for the raid. That is appreciated. We're about an hour. Oh, we missed our Cinco Uno. Camda, we just missed, like, by 2 minutes, we missed a Cinco Uno. Thank you so much, Adventure Built Gaming. Appreciate that. Once again, Goyir has some explaining to do. Now, we had half a 6 on the first attempt at a Gandalf 6. We're going to move some brushies out of the way here. We're going to see what happens here. Oh, well, look at that. It was sort of cocked, but we're going to count it as a full-fledged 6 for Adventure Built Gaming. So, ABG, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And again, this is another little painting here from our Seri Republic. Look at this. It might look a little bit like the overlay. Yeah. And fabulous Wind Dancer here. Our next stream, we're going to be painting the figure of it. Oh, look at that. That's kind of wild. That's almost like, remember Grand Oracle, our Midway thing, where we had the actual Dauntless and the actual carrier, and we were using that as a painting reference. So, here, let me move this out of the way, and we can show you again. This is all part of a whole universe of different species, and we've been painting the ships, of course. We painted a whole fleet of the Seri Republic ships, and we'll kind of get here. We'll show you what they kind of look like. what the universe looks like. So here they are in the lower left-hand corner, the Seri Republic. Here is what their world kind of again looks like right here. And of course, there's the kind of a typical Seri Republic architecture. Their government is founded on the 12 perches. So basically, each perch handles a different aspect. So laws, economy, industry. Hey there, Zelika. How you doing? Zelika, if you want to post something in the chat too, please go ahead. Now this is their ethos right here. This is what they're all about. Low thought, middle thought, high thought. So middle thought's pretty much just day-to-day existence, building stuff, just kind of living your life. Low thought, obviously more of an instinct. And then of course high thought. And they celebrate high thought in the Sky Theaters. You can see the Sky Dancer in the middle. You also have a scholar, you have an artisan, you have an orator. So again, that's just a little hint at the universe right there. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Adventure Built Gaming just posted. Now, on our last stream, this is just some of the ones that we painted. These are for the Great Union of New Terra. So again, some of their small craft right here. This is some of their smaller craft. Like we have a couple of different squadrons right there, and a little electronic warfare, and they're on board. Where's my carrier over here? Here's the carrier that they are based in. Again, that is the Great Union of New Terra. Here's another one of our species. We just did this bust in a tutorial video. So this is the Alchiba. Again, another species. And like I said, our next stream here, we'll be painting this up. We also have a bust and like 3 other figures already from the Seri Republic. We just call them the bird brains. We just call them the bird brains. So Adventure Built, again, thank you so much for the raid. And again, Zelika, if you want to post some stuff in the chat, please feel like you can do that. It's great to see you here, Zelika, of course. Actually, Zelika, we're going to be streaming later today or tonight, as the case may be. Here, let's get some more of this, some more light happening here. We need a little bit of that on the hand, some of that on the face, and then this, we're gonna have to get a little bit more of the fabric right here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Nerd Tokyo. Appreciate that. So either again, Guahir's got some explaining to do, or this is like his girlfriend or something like that. I know there was like no ant wives, but where's the eagle wives? That was very cheeky by Gandalf. We did actually have ourselves a 6. Are we going to get a second one for Nerdy Tokyo? Well, almost. Again, back to another half a 6. 2 halves do equal 1. We'll do that math. We will go ahead and do that math. And again, actually our last stream, right here, obviously a little bit of a July 4th type of a theme right there. Constitution versus Guerriere. That was super fun. And the one painting I was just talking about was this one here, where when I painted this, we actually had a Dauntless, like a model, a 1/48 scale model, and then we had this. Where is it at? Here it is. Yeah. We had, here, let's do it this way. Yeah, we actually had, well, we got just about right the right angle, yeah. We actually painted this from this right here. That was super fun. Don't usually get a chance to do that. Let me move this around 1 sec. There we go. So again, everybody, please give Zelika a follow also. Now we're going to just kind of start to suggest some of the silhouette lighting here on our towers. Yeah, we're like 1 hour 19 minutes in. That is it. That's all the time we've had here. 1 hour 19 minutes. And they say the more of this we do, right, the more these shapes start to emerge. We could actually get ourselves. Oh, this would be fun. This is going to be very fun. That's going to cross right in front of that tower. Bam. There we go. A little more of our lighter stuff now on the feathers here. And we'll try to do this same color scheme again on the 75 mil sculpt. And again, all of these are my own sculpts. I think one of the more recent streams was this thing right here. This is part of our Cyberthuria universe. Again, all of these are my own sculpts. She looks a little bit different than the non-corrupted version of Lady of Shalott. So again, very, very different between the two here. Where are we at? And our Fabius Compass Rose universe encompasses many different species, and by many, like 14. Yes, many different species. I'm going to be doing basically a lore video on the Seri Republic. Oh, you know what? That's right. That is right here. Wait a second. I got some linkies to those other species here. Let me get to. There we are. Okay, so this is video number 1 right here. So that's the first one. Now let's get to our second one, which is kind of, again, piggybacks off of this right here. Okay, there's the second one. And the third lore video that I did, I don't know, it was last week or whatever, is going to be this one right here. So, and we're about to do a fourth one, which will, again, focus on the birdies here. So those videos right there, again, will kind of take you through some of the story. Let me get my reference back here. There we are. I'm going to use some of this and some of this, and now we have to very daintily, even more daintily than that. That might just work. There we are. That's a little more translucent. Wasn't quite translucent before. He's nice. There we go. That might be darker. Some of the violet, some of the Indian red. That's a little, that still has to be toned down a bit. Let me see. Hopefully it's not too dark. Not too dark. But I get also trying to indicate some translucency to this, which I think it does do. Yeah, I think you can say there's some translucency there. More of that translucency here. That's it. That's got a little more opacity to it. Oh, by the way, we're using oil paints. Well, you probably told him that, right, Zelica? You warned him coming in that, yes, this is oil paints. All oil paints all the time. Oil paints, the original watercolors. If it looks like a watercolor, it's gotta be an oil painting. At least if it's here. And so, they fair warning, right, Zelica? And there has to be fair warning. What it is they are about to face. Yeah, let me get, there we are, a little bit more of this. And again, you can kind of tell it's sort of the upper portion of these towers here. Now, of course, when we do our Great Union of New Terra stuff, we have a whole presentation on them, and also too in that video series there, you can see that the Great Union of New Terra also featured in said video series, first 2 episodes of that series. And again, I'm doing a video on this species right here, working on that video. That will again, have that ready for hopefully anyway, for the next stream, which, that's going to be later today. At least I think it will be. Nice to see you there, Revlis. Yeah, let's get that tower up there. Lots of verticality. I mean, philosophy of height and all that. It's a bit of a tell. Just a little bit. That is nice. More of this kind of connecting some of the towers together. So Silica, I don't know if I have any of the Wintons to show you. I don't really have any of the Wintons, but they're probably the Wintons. Those are the student grade. Now here, we'll show you a couple of different other labels that are also Winsor Newton. 1 second here, I gotta just find one. Somewhere around here's another Winsor Newton. So these are the alkyds. These are the regular oils. So that's regular oil paints. If it says Winton instead of Windsor, if it says Winton on there, that's going to be the student grade. Well, Revlis, you can't go wrong with that. And is it going to be early, more like 40, late 42, 43-ish, or is it going to be more 45, post or Kursk? That's it. That's the other thing I was wondering. Would it be more like Kursk, or would it be later than that? Let me work in again a little bit more dark here on all this stuff. So if it's Windsor and Newton, if it doesn't say Winton, the only student grade colors that I know of are the Wintons. So that, I guess that would be just regular old oil paint then. Take it down a little bit. There we are. So again, we're only 1 hour 27 minutes in. That is it here. Just 1 hour 27 minutes in. We need to perhaps get a little smidgy more dark. That didn't quite go where that was supposed to go. Again, not sure, because Winsor Newton generally says it's made in France or something. Let's see, where is it made? Well, made in France. So all of the stuff I have that is Winsor Newton is made in France. I'll double check this one. So yeah, these are made in France. Never heard of Winsor Newton stuff being made in China, but maybe they got themselves a factory over there. It's possible. I wouldn't know, but it's possible. Let's do this. So I would imagine then, Zelica, that's just a regular old Winsor Newton oil paints. And of course, we use those all the time. Whether it's the alkyds or the regular stuff, either way. Bring in this some more of that there. 1 second, just trying to get to my reference once again here. Still not, there it is. There's my reference. A little bit more with the Van Dyke Brown, and this is actual Van Dyke Brown. This is not me using, say, the burnt umber or something like that. That is just a Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown, right? That's just left over from the tutorial video. Well, it depends. Now, which colors are you looking to get? There's Zelica, because, well, if it's a Series 1, it should only be in the maybe 9-ish dollars. No, actually, maybe even less. If it's a Series 1, something like $6-7. Well, on Dick Blick anyway. So if it's under $10, then I would imagine that's like a Series 1. Now, if you're getting something like a cadmium or a cobalt or something like that, well, then that's a different story. That's going to, even at Winsor Newton, it's still going to run you upwards of $40-ish or something like that, depending. Like a Series 5, that is pricey stuff. And of course, the Paul Rubens Alkids, those are definitely made in China for sure. Nice to see you there, Lewis. So, Lewis, I hope that Friday morning goes well for you. Great to see you here as always. Gonna try and work in. There we are. Some more of our column here. Maybe a little bit of thinner in that too. Come on, get through there. All right. Now again, the Paul Rubens are also then those are available as a set. Those are also on the inexpensive side for sure. You know, I'm gonna maybe use you instead. Let's try this here. Maybe some of the orange and some of this. A little bit of you. Now, let's see if I try some of this. Nah, it still needs some of that brown. I'm hoping that I've got some, yes, I got some stuff I can mix with here. So kind of what we were doing over here is what we're doing over here. Trying to have some nice wind-swept cloth here. Like so. Again, letting that maybe do a little bit of blending stuff because, you know, reasons. More blendy stuff there. That's just got to be a whole bunch darker, but I'm going to keep sticking my hand on that, so that upper corner kind of just gets sacrificed for right now. So Lewis, the Paul Rubens are going to have, just like any kind of alkyds, even it's sort of even true with those, but let me bring out a Paul Rubens's. Here we go. So these are going to have a bit thicker of a consistency here, Lewis. That's just bound to happen with the alkyds. These are a little bit less thick. These are definitely going to feel thicker if that's what you're kind of thinking there. And that's pretty much across the board when it comes to the Paul Rubens. So yeah, if you're wondering why those are a little bit on the, again, the consistency seems to be a little bit heavier. That is pretty much normal for all things Paul Rubens and alkyds in general. Let me get a little bit of the indigo into that. Darker on the flip side of that. So yeah, that if that's what you're running into or whatever, that's not. You don't have to worry about some kind of weird phenomenon or whatever, or something wrong is happening. That's just something that happens with those particular oils. Yep, Lewis. That the whole point of the Paul Rubens, like we say, they're alkyds, and the alkyds will dry faster. That's the whole point of the Paul Rubens. They dry faster, they set faster. Now, some will dry and also set faster than others. That's kind of true with any alkyd. But yep, that's the whole point behind the alkyds, is that they dry faster. Ooh, let me make some of the red mixed in there. So if they're drying faster, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. There we are, getting some of the tootsies there. We're just going to get some dark down here for right now. So Lewis, one thing you can do, and I do this all the time, you have a little dropper bottle of your thinner there, you just put a drop or two on there, and if you kind of keep doing that every so often, they're still likely to start getting harder sooner, because again, they dry faster. That is what they do. If you just want to use the regular oils, to give yourself the usual oil paint drying time, then the regular oils are just fine for that. But again, there's only so much you can do, because again, they're designed to dry faster. They will dry faster. And you can do a little bit with that, but not that much. Here we go. Darker there, maybe 2. Yeah. I'm gonna start to let's start to really carve out some aspects here of the costume for our Wind Dancer here. Like this. Let me change that just a little bit there. I wonder, let me see if I can get away with this plus this. Nah, it's gotta have more of the red. Alright, fine. So yep, Lewis, we say that all the time on stream, that holy smokes, they've only been out there like 20 minutes, and it feels like they're already starting to kind of get a little bit solidified. That would be the Paul Rubens. That would be pretty much any alkyd. So again, that's kind of a normal. That is a normal thing. Gotta get you to mix together with that. There we are. Okay. I mean, that being said, we've got Paul Rubens alkyds on the palette here. We got Paul Rubens alkyds on the surface of the painting here. We got Paul Rubens alkyds all over the place. I'm going to extend that a little further. There we are. Yeah. That's better. Now that's going to again get some of the, see what we got here, right? It's going to get more of that, our sunlight reflecting on that. I also, let me see what happens when I roll with this Naples yellow for some of the highlights on our clouds over here. We'll just get that, so again, kind of putting the brush on its side a little bit here, doing a little bit of scumbling. I might enhance that. I got a little bit of the white, also Indian yellow. So yeah, Lewis, Like the colors that are the not radiant colors, we joke about those. Those are notorious. Yeah, yeah, Lewis. If I don't start putting some kind of a little drop of thinner on those or whatever, they just start to solidify almost immediately. I think it was it the fishy video here? Yeah, I think it was this one. Like the one alkyd that I had on here, that was it was uh it was starting to get unworkable real quick, like real quick. Now we can even start to bring forward our little balcony here. Let's get some finery on this, like we do. Bring it down here. Take it down that way. Just bring this all the way down. Let's just do it. I mean, we know we gotta do it anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna get me a little more of the orange, which is gonna turn a little bit pinkish now. Is nice. Another layer like so. That kind of comes down and around this way. You can see how this starts to build up here. You can see what we're getting at. Look at that nice little bit of some light on the on that cloth over here. We're going to do the same deal over here on this side. But see how that, look at it, looks translucent? Why? Because that stuff underneath is set a little bit more. Otherwise, that would have just been all so wet that I would have smeared all that stuff. Smearing, not what we're looking to do. Definitely not. Let me see if I can, there we are. I'm going to try to again get that cloud passing over the top of it. Also, too, Lewis, well, working fast, right? Working fast, working with really big brushes. That combination of things, believe it or not, Lewis, that really does make a big difference. Again, working with the larger brushes, working fast. A little bit more to orange in here. And then maybe a little something more violet like here. Let me get some of the red in there too. That's all too dark. We shall retreat from that. So I'm going to get a little bit less dark red than that. Let me lighten that up some more. Like it is here. Now, actually, Zelica, do you have any sort of a big old projects that you're working on? Actually, and of course, Lewis, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat, some of the oil paint stuff or whatever that you're working on, well, share some stuff there. Again, please feel like you can do that. Nah, give me some of that. Some of the Van Dyke brown. Gonna try to, again, what we've got over there, we're gonna try and build some of that over here too. Well, looky there. Look at that. We need these little lantern thingies here. Again, just kind of like what we have over there. Might roll with something a little darker down here as well. Yeah, we need to get some angles, some of those bits. This certainly needs to be darker. Again, some of these essentially like a little bit like a flying buttress here. Down we go. Yeah, like that. This might work right here. That's got to be a little darker. Also a little bit of the, almost a touch of some red there. That might do it. I might also throw a little more dark over here. What's happening with the arm there? Some more dark on the beak there. That's fair. Yeah, Lewis, if you want to share that in the chat, that would, I'm sure folks would really get a kick out of seeing that. I know it's been a long time since we painted any Song of Ice and Fire stuff. So, my apologies that it's been a little while. We haven't painted any Song of Ice and Fire stuff. So, yeah, Lewis, if you was, well, aside from Instagram, there's always, the Discord stuff, or even Facebook there, Lewis. If you've got to post it to Instagram or Facebook or Discord or something like that, you can share those. I know for sure you can share the Instas, and I've seen folks sharing the Discord links. I don't have Discord myself. Me. Now, we have to get some of our later gold stuff in here too. We've been doing an awful lot now with the darks again. Let me refine these. Might take some of this. We'll work it like so. Hey there, Horns fan. So Horns fan, break up the Rangers. Break up the Rangers there, Horns fan, because don't look now. They might actually overtake the White Sox there, Horns fan. So great to see you there, Horns fan. So Horns fan, I got a ton of stuff that you probably haven't seen. So I'll try to send you a bunch of stuff on Instagram. And I mean by tons of stuff, I mean tons of stuff. So you might be getting a little bit inundated then by a bunch of stuff. But great to see you there, Horns fan. It's absolutely bonkers there, Horns fan. Now again, they are unfortunately now. Of course, they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing the A's at home. You would hope that that is a place where they can pick up a few games. They've been on the road and they just play terrible on the road. I don't know why. They just play really terrible on the road. I need me another finger or two here. There's 1, 2, there's your 3, and the thumb here. Darken up that part of the arm. We got, oh yeah, that definitely needs to be a whole bunch darker right there. Length horns fan. Hopefully, I guess I'm thinking the Saturday stream is when we're gonna paint this. Oh well, look at that. Remember the our final episode, or no, it was the no, it wasn't the final, but in our Battle of Midway painting, our painting streams there, and we actually used an actual Dauntless 1/48 scale model as a color reference, or as a visual reference for painting. That was super fun. So yeah, Horns fan, this is all part of my Compass Rose universe. I don't know if you had a chance to see these. You probably didn't get a chance to see the stream where we did these, Horns fan. I'm not sure if this is already up on the YouTube channel there. But yeah, we did a whole passel. I think we did 7. Yeah, we did 7 different small craft from the Great Union of New Terra. That was really wild. Lots of fun. Let me get again some of these bits of filigree here, essentially. So yeah, Horns fan, it's all about that Compass Rose universe. And actually, Horns fan, I think I sent you the links to those videos. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Lewis just shared. Check out some fabulous Song of Ice and Fire sculpting there. I'm sure it looks really, really... Actually, Lewis, if you wanted to send me any pictures of that on Instagram or something like that, please go ahead. So yeah, that again, let everybody go check out that link that Lewis just posted and let Lewis know if it worked or not. That would be super helpful. Yeah, Horns fan. Yeah, those I'm sure those were gone in seconds, and by seconds I mean like 3 seconds. I don't even know if it was that long. It probably took less time than that for all of those to go bye-bye. That again, I don't know for sure, but that would be kind of my guess. Is that they went really, 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 really fast. And a lot of this I'm just kind of removing with my hand, so there's no point in fooling around with that right now. Let me grab... Yeah, Lewis, check this out. I just went to get some of this Paul Rubens stuff, and I didn't have any thinner sitting on there. Guess what happened? It was kind of chunky. It was kind of chunky. So yeah, don't think like you're doing something horribly wrong or something like that. I just, even there, it had been long enough where I didn't put thinner on there, and boy, that's all it took. I noticed it really quickly. So yeah, definitely you're not doing anything wrong. No problem. Let me get that a little turn. Okay, there we are. So yeah, Horns fan. Oh my God, there is so much stuff to yeah. I mean, it'll have to be like several messages to get you kind of caught up on all the stuff that is in this universe right here. And again, there is a lot of it. And again, this the Seri Republic here, I will be doing again their lore video after the stream. So by the next stream, that I'm gonna be showing the link to that. and it'll give you a really good idea of what this society is all about. Kind of, again, what the home world looks like, all the good stuff. So see you later there, Horns fan. See you later. Have yourself a good night's sleep. Yeah, it's crazy, right, Horns fan? The Rangers and the White Sox, all of a sudden resurgent. I want, yeah. Now let me just go with the. Yeah, let's just stick with that yellow. I was going to try and get some of the Indian yellow in there, maybe on the eye here, but okay. Now we're starting to get the eye in there too. Look at this. We're not even 2 hours in. 1 hour 55 minutes. That is it. That's how long we've been working on this here. Again, sorry about the voice. Yeah, I was just filming tutorial videos not very long ago, and that always takes a little extra something out of the voice. Yeah, same thing, Grant Oracle. I'll send you all the stuff that I was working on with the Woden there. I think you'll get a real kick out of that. Because again, that's going to be, well, at least it's supposed to be, for the next army painting series. Here we go. Let me get a little bit more of that. That is our, not Mars yellow deep. A little bit of this yellow here. Nope, too big a chunk of paint. Let me get rid of some of that. There we are. Oh, see, now that's starting to come forward. And again, there are no robots in this universe. There are no robots, there are no androids, there's none of that kind of stuff. The synthoid species, the Woden, they were regular folks until planets started kind of going kerplooey, and they tried to, in order to survive, they made some modifications. Until ultimately there was nothing left to modify. So yeah, no robots, no android, none of that kind of stuff. Let me work in some lighter stuff on the feathers in there now. Ooh, let me, because we need a little bit of gold on the edges of these, yes, and then some of these will get lighter too. Now we're talking here. Okay, there's the one leg, or one toe, or talon. Hey, that singer's got talon. There you go. Is that going to be a popular show there on Seri Republic TV? That singer's got talon. It's been a while since we had some punnage, right, Grand Oracle? Oh, geez, Grand Oracle, I think you missed all of the Gandalf 6 roll. Oh my goodness, yeah. Gandalf was being very cheeky, let's put it that way. He was being quite cheeky. That was almost a little bit extra cheeky. It was like extra robust cheeky there. Now we're talking. And even this is not straight up white yet. It is not straight up white. We get a little bit of the light coming through some of our cloth there. Come on. There, we got that, and there's some of that over here too. We need a little texture here. We don't have, well, any right now. Okay. Now we're gonna get ourselves some reflections on this, because, you know, reasons. Over here we're gonna need some. Back to some more of that yellow. We shall lighten up some of the edges along these surfaces once again. There. Little, again, silhouette on some of the edges of these. More of that over here. On this top rail. And then on some portions of our sky towers here. So that those have a little more dimension. They can't do it, again, not looking for just flat silhouettes. Not looking to do that. We want more than just a flat silhouette out of this. And we're 2 hours, pretty much exactly 2 hours ago was when we first began this little adventure here. Maybe, no, not here. Let's get a little bit more of the lighter yellow in there. This has to come all the way around here. Hopefully take the same angle as what we got on the other side. Down and around for the most part. Up we go. All right. Come on. A little extra there. So we got ourselves some nifty little reflections. Little nifty little reflections happening. Lighter. Yeah, Lewis, I forgot to put some thinner on this. And that is, there you go. Look at that, Lewis. See how chunky that is, because there was no thinner placed on there. And it's only been 2 hours and 3 minutes. That is it. And see, that lightens this up even more. Hey there, Acid Burn. How you doing? I hope you had yourself a fun day there, Acid Burn. I hope that was fun. And I hope that this session, and it was yesterday, right? Did you guys do another session in the Pyro Club there? If so, hopefully it was fun. Trying to lighten that up a bit more. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. And again, this video is already up there. This is another one of our species from our Compass Rose universe. I'll be doing the starships. I'm going to be printing out some of the test starships for them very soon. we'll try and make that lighter here, and then carry some more of that light back a little further here. There we go. Touch more light in all along this whole thing here. Gotta get more light. Also gotta get the little gemmy stones on there too. And now, but again, see, that's still actually, I'm able to still mix with that. Even though, again, it's alkyds and it's on a pretty darn absorbent surface, I can still mix some stuff there. So acid burn, when we get to the fleet on the El Chiba there, we're going to say that's our fish and ships. Yes, they are fish with ships. Fish and ships. Where's my yellow? No, I'm going with the Indian yellow. Don't want that to be too much, too far towards the white there just yet. You know what? That should probably cut across this too. Fine. Yeah, it needed to do that. I'm gonna try right there. Yeah, okay. Again, that's another part of our floor decor. Nope, nope, nope. Let me go back and get this. Alright. And now this column over here will also get some of this more intense lighting. Come on. Just like we did over here. We will do right there. Ah, there we are. And guess what? We're going to try and do the same deal. Once again, over here. Not trying to make it dizzy or anything. We got to kind of hold this upside down. There. Now, one thing, acid burn that does kind of happen. So should a Seri Republic ambassador be visiting on the actual Alchiba homeworld, they would just call that chicken of the sea, acid burn. Yeah, pretty much be called chicken of the sea. Let me get some more of my yellow into this. On here. Definitely here. Ah, that's it. That's what we need. Another little extra bit of our lighter yellow on. No, I need more of the red. Okay, fine. I'll just get some thinner. And I'll grab some that way, if that's how it's going to be. Let's do something like that. Okay, yeah, that starts to make a little more sense right here. There we are. I'm going to do a little bit of scrumbly there. Smooth some of that out, and then we might also try to put some clouds in here. Maybe I gotta go more thinner. I don't know. Let me see what happens with this. Oh yeah, there we go. I had to kind of rework it a little bit. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. More of our cloud. That's a little too white. Let's get rid of some of that white there. We need more yellow. More yellow. Also, again, now starting to feel some more clouds here too. As late as this is, guess what? We can still certainly go later than this. Come on, give me these feathers here. Leave something more there. Okay. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Happy Friday. Hopefully everything is fabulous up there in northern land. Some more blue in here. Maybe even get some of the white in that. Our little lanterns here. Gonna get those started up. We're all of 2 hours 11 minutes in. That is it. I need another Jimmy stone there. Now that's fantastic. Kind of, well, a little bit of refreshing and some nice exercise, right, Sea Dragon? Now, Sea Dragon, I don't know if you saw the latest Patreon video, but that was really fun with our fishy here. Kind of got a chance to do all kinds of really fun colors with that. And then hopefully get the figure versions of them. I'm trying to do 75 mil figure versions of some of our Alchiba figures there. Again, dancers. One of them is a coral gardener, essentially. And I'm also doing a page of basing bits for it too, for those figures, which is going to be super fun. Okay. A little bit of dark on the mouth there. All right. Is nice. Darker again. And that's got some decent amount of blue. And I'm gonna maybe shift all of that towards the violet a little more. Something that maybe even has a little bit of opacity to it. Not just darker, a little bit of opacity. Come on, there we are. Is that a little too regular? That might be. Yeah, that's too regular. We're gonna get rid of that. Look at that. Look at that. That's not hard to make those adjustments, is it? Not at all. I've got to get some of these coming all the way down to the floor here, and then something that makes sense. Okay, yeah, that looks like it's coming into contact with the floor. Yeah. I believe we need some talons here. And then, like we've been saying, that dancer's got talons. I wonder if we can have a little bit of a... Let me get this blue again. Let me try one more time. Alright, we'll say that works. We'll lighten up that bit with our blue here too. That got a little happy. And we'll also be posting the video on the Morgan Le Fay, where we're doing all kinds of fun stuff. True metallic metals. And he also, even object source lighting along with the true metallic metals. Let me make that lighter. Lighten you up as well. A little bit lighter on the just right here. That's getting too light. We'll just take that and, well, softens up everything. Got some reflected light here. Blending brush again, what the heck? Let's do the blending brush thing. Nope, that should get more blue. There we are. Okay. Touch a little dark on the end of that. Not too dark there. Not too dark. Also, we gotta get a little, again, some of this that we've been putting out here, that's basically got some of our Indian red in it. And it's almost like a little bit of a funky outline here on some of these. Again, makes them kind of a little bit translucent. Very thin. And then a little more here. So there we are. There's that one. Now let's do a bit of that right here too. And that helps to introduce just a teensy bit of translucency. Here we're doing it again. Another one there. Delicate tracery. Super delicate tracery. Done also with, again, a junky old One Happy Choice craft brush. I mean, you can't get much cheaper than those. I suppose you could, but I don't know exactly how you could. Now, let me roll with this. A little bit under lighting there. I guess we need to go with the slightly dark stuff again, just to kind of indicate a little bit of the talons there. Now we need to get something that indicates the thumb here. Perhaps a little later. Man, it sort of indicates a thumb now. and soften that up a little bit too. Now this different story. We kind of have to go in this, making this lighter there. Also, the arm there. We need to kind of have the cloth cross over that a little bit too. Okay, and some there. So we get lighter for the thumb. And then that finger lighter too. What are we at with this? I think we're using, yeah, that's where we just were. More little highlights on that side. And I don't want these to have too much value on them, but because then the dancer it's not gonna really stand out. That's supposed to be your foreground object. If we have more muted colors and less sharp edges on this than we have over here, it's not gonna show up. So gotta make sure we have our hard edges here and the enough value transitions. Nope. I'm gonna again take some of my sky blue here. That probably needs to be blue in here. Does that make more sense now? Yes, it does. And then we'll sneak that in between these two reflections. So I'm just really taking this and just shoving the paint to the side. Using this again as a bit of a blending brush right here. And I'm just kind of scumbling with it because it's a super cheap brush. If it gets beat up, I mean, who cares? It's a cheap brush, very, very, very cheap brush. Pennies on the dollar. Ah, that's lighter again. Couple more lights in the, yeah, right in here. A little something over the top of that. Whoa, there we go. Now that really comes forward. Boom. And see, it's got that little folded over edge. All I did was the paint was, we kind of a marbleized paint on the brush. It was marbleized, and I was able to just kind of smoosh that down. Take advantage of it. And see if I put a little bit of the blue in there. Again, that kind of gives it that bit of sheer cloth indication. Let me try to, there we are, and I'm gonna, here, let me get the violet. Yeah. Maybe some of this. Gotta get a little bit more of that Mars Yellow Deep. Soften that a little. Ooh, that's it. Now the eye actually is kind of sitting there. That was not really sitting there before. It was just kind of like floating there. That was not so advantageous. Much better now. Yeah, let's do a little. Again, what we kind of did is some of that tracery. I'm gonna do some of that behind here. Talon. be, we indicate, and some fabric coming over the, yeah, that's better. That's better. To our blue, making it a whole lot lighter here. Yeah, not with that big clump of paint on there, we're not. Not doing there. Let me get rid of some of that. Okay. Now those are going to start to look a little bit like lanterns. I might there. Let's go back to some of our dark. Maybe yeah. Let's do that. Some of our dark there. Okay, we got the orange. Plus the let me get a little bit of my Indian red in there too. So this is gonna be fairly dark here. Some of the darkest darks we've already put on here. Maybe that goes up a little further. Okay, now we'll try to really carve out some nice little lantern things here for our little lights to sit on. This also is going to get some changeolas here. That should not just be flat like that. That should be a little more ornate. We shall go more ornate with it then. Fine. More ornate it is. Because reasons. Yeah, there's a lot of ornateness in our different societies. The Ballisteri, the Seri Republic, the Alberians, Jolerans, definitely. Definitely some highbrow architecture. Your Great Union of New Terra, very flashy. Now back on Old Earth and the capital of Highgarden, or Highgrove, sorry. That's it's really elegant. I guess you could almost say a little Lothlorien-like in some areas. That's a little too. We gotta maybe cut some of that away, I think. That might be too much there. Let me see if I can take one of these. Let me just grab this guy here. Let me grab some of my. Oh, I don't have the. I could have sworn. Oh, I do have Prussian blue. It's just hiding over here. It's cleverly described as Prussian blue. That's why I didn't see it. It was in disguise. It was incognito. I'm just going to throw some of that up in here. And then a similar thing over here. Been waiting a while to do that. That closes that off nicely. Yeah. Really, that kind of frames up that scene pretty nicely. Now we gotta get that somewhere else. That somewhere else gonna be here. Color goes somewhere, must go everywhere. So here's the everywhere, or the somewhere. Bam, there we are. Is nice. There we go. That's really cool. Now, Art and Michael, you did get to share your stuff earlier, right? Hopefully you got a chance to share your stuff earlier. Well, no matter what, why don't you share it again there, Erda Michael, just for good measure. Just for good measure, share that again. Whether you did, whether you didn't, it don't matter. Share it again. And again, Lou, thank you very much for sharing your stuff. And of course, Lou, if you want to share, you got more scopes that you're doing, or more work in progress stuff that you're doing, you want to share that. I'm sure people get a big kick out of it. But check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. Go check that out. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. We are definitely getting somewhere here. Get that again, some more cross bracings here. We're gonna have some more interruptions there. Now we start thinking about doing some of that over on this here side. Like this. Now let's get the top of our lanterns over here. Tops of our lanterns. Bottoms of our lanterns. Come on. There we are. A little more ornateness here too. Just like on the other side. Break that, yeah, cut that down a little further there. Okay. Yeah, let's try a little drag to backfill that. And now, do I have? Let's maybe use this one here. That's. Let me get a little bit of my light into this. Boom, there we are. Same deal there. Okay, and that's all just going to kind of set there. We'll let that have a chance to not dry, but again, set for a little bit. I also need the gold-ish something trim on the edge of that. Maybe not so much thinner. Maybe a little bit of the Naples yellow also. Now let's do that. We're making a change on the fly like we do. Because reasons. Because we like to change things on the fly. So again, everybody check out that Instagram. It is an Instagram link that Arda Michael just shared. So Arda Michael, how much? If the terrain project is back on again, how many pieces are we talking about? I'm sure it's a boatload. Sorry if I can't conjure up just how many were left. I just don't remember. It was a while ago. Oh, come on, come on, give me a little bit of light on the feetses here. I guess we need some more of that Naples yellow hue here. Yeah, is nice. We also are missing. Okay, let's thin that down. Get another big old clump on the end of the brush. That needs to be lighter. Same there. Come on, a little more. Yep. Now up here for that edge. We sort of lost this one a little. We're going to restore that. Going to restore this here. More light on the edge of, again, the cloud stuff that's going over the top of some of these. Might need to flatten that up a little. Now this is going to need to be significantly later, but we don't have too much of our way left. So okay, I am going to probably go do a little quick refresh of the medicine, and I'm also going to refresh. Might put some of the fast mat white out there even. Yeah, especially for this. Now I'm gonna get all the opaque stuff out of here. I've got just the Indian yellow here. This is not the Williamsburg Indian yellow, by the way. That is atomic level stuff. I mean, it's fantastic, but definitely quite atomic level stuff. Okay. Little bit of that over here. Okay, there we are. Take this down a little bit. If you remember, this was some of the very first color that we put on there was a wee touch of the Indian yellow. There we go. So again, this area of space, it's known as the Valley of the Giants. Known as the Valley of the Giants because blue supergiant stars, red giant stars, all kinds of giant stars there. There's a few areas of space that are extremely unique. The void is another one. The void is far from empty. It is not empty whatsoever. It's actually essentially living space. Species kind of find that out the hard way. Again, trying to draw on a little bit of a, again, I almost like a cross little highlight there on our Wind Dancer. We certainly need to get some right along this edge here. Now, is the 40K stuff they're doing, Arda Michael? Is that the whole, making it all tournament legal stuff? Whatever, I forget what shapes. And of course, I think GW changes what the shape is every year. That is a legal shape or whatever. It's kind of it seems like it based on how many times Adepticon has to redo all the terrain. All right. To this thing over here, we're going to try to get some nice little highlights along the edge of this here to kind of, again, indicate that the sun is casting some light here. Bingo. Onto these clouds here. These clouds here. More clouds back there. So this has been a nifty little pre-sketch here for the miniature that we'll be painting on the next stream. Well, again, I think it's going to be the Saturday stream. Again, I'm not entirely sure, but I would imagine that we're going to paint the 75 mil on the Saturday stream, and maybe paint the bust or whatever on or another one of the Seri Republic figures on the Friday stream. Let me drop some more. Another, I got a little too wide right there. Now we went wide left. No, I was actually wide right. This will now need some of our highlight on it. I guess I'm going thinner. Now over the top of that a couple of times. Okay. Well, that should be, again, that should be pretty amazing to see there, Erdemichael, for sure. That should look very, very impressive. Again, I think what I'm going to do is just real quick, like super quick, go get me some more medicine. That was, well, that's no, I don't have to check on prints. They're all done. I just never got a chance to take that off of the printer. So again, we shall be right back. Don't go anywhere. Actually, here you can see this this TerraForce presentation. There you go. I was contemplating breaking out the fast mat wood. I might still do that here. Yeah, let me do that so I can then maybe really step out with some bright highlights. So here's our fast mat white. Gotta find ourselves a location for you to go, maybe up here. There you go. Now, on our main star here, you know what? I'm just gonna get the old dropper bottle going on that. Start breaking this down. And again, this will be, I mean, we can't go any lighter than this. This white might even be lighter than the actual illustration board was. Okay, that's a little too heavy there. Let me get rid of some of that. Okay, to our star we go. I also tried to wash some of the stuff off of my head. Look at that. Wow, that is really makes a big difference there. I tried to wipe to see that it's a little bit cleaner now because I knew I was going to be sticking my hand right in here. And last thing we needed to be doing was transferring darker paint where we don't need it. Look at that nice, intense surface of our big, giant star here. And needless to say, most of the planets also, too, that the Seri inhabit, they tend to be more gas giant type things, and they guess what? They live up in the clouds. They like it up there. More of our light along here. So yeah, that really, really starts to make our star stand out. Now I want to see if I can get a little bit of extra light here on the fingers. Now deface. Here we go. There's a place I can go to get rid of a little bit extra paint. We need to lighten up the, well, for lack of a better term, the cheek there. Yeah, these feathers get a bit of a highlight too. Not too heavy on this eye ridge. If we go too heavy on this, it makes it a little too stern. We don't want that. Oh, a touch bigger for the little light that's in the eye here. Come on. There we go. Now we got it. Now we got ourselves a little bit of expression on the face. Didn't quite have that before. Now we got it. Gemstones gonna get some light on them too. All this stuff gonna again get a little indication of some of this really light highlight here. There is, believe it or not, there's still the tiniest hint of some yellow. It just kind of got on the brush, and each time I grab some more of this, it mixes into it because why not? It just makes it, oh, look at that. See that little bit? That makes this now three-dimensional instead of just merely silhouetted. Now it actually looks three-dimensional. Probably need to make that a little lighter. Yeah. Come on, down we come there. This too. Something lighter there, but we do want an indication of reflected light back there. Yeah, let's try that. And to our white, still got a little teensy hint of yellow in it. There we are. On the the feet here, especially this middle talon, a little bit on that front talon, and then there too. Nah, that was gonna be a little more thinner than what I wanted. No matter what, gotta do a little. Come on. There we go. For little lane turns here, which you can. Where's my? And this is what we'll be painting up on our Saturday stream, and you can see again, there's one of those lanterns that'll have a nice little blue glow in it. Nice soft blue glow. Bingo, with some really intense light on some of this. That really crosses in front of the legs now. I think we need to catch a couple more edges on that. All right. Nope, too late. Little retreat back to this. Okay. Come on. There. Not too late on the reflected light, though. Alright. Towers will now get their really light stuff here. Yeah, the edge of this. And it is hoped that, yeah, I've got enough, at least mid-tone built up in this area right here that does, that just can be at least a little bit later. Like here. Yeah, see, I got just enough dark. Well, again, more mid-tone, I would really say. Just on the other side of that. Yeah, alright. Doing that here, doing that up here. Can't forget this side either with some of this light. Maybe not as much as that other side with these kind of, and almost like a little bit of a silhouette side highlight here. Bring that all the way down. Now some either filigree here, something. Here, let's get that tidied up a little bit there too. Nope, that should go. Yeah, that's where the light should hit that. We need this to be lighter there, no doubt. Now for the clouds to catch some light again. Also, this railing here. Like it does. That part too. Also there. Also there. So again, it looks like this is coming right down here. And that gives it a little bit of shininess right there. Let's rework some of our filigree here. Ah, I never did this. Fine. Oh, lantern's gotta get its top there. It's kind of missing its top. Okay, fine. Will this be too dark for the outer portions? These I don't think so. No, no, not too dark. It's real close. It's right on the cusp of almost being too dark. Come on, there we are. All right. Make those a little taller, and now again, put the outer edges of the lantern in there. Now this also has some stuff crossing over it too. Been kind of waiting on that, waiting on that to set for a little more. And then we'll take our white and take our blue here. We got ourselves a light blue that's gonna now get some lights going in here. And well, we're just about in hour 3. So again, 2 hours 56 minutes ago, we were only just starting to do the drawing on this thing. That's how fast this happens. We're really starting to get into again some of our detail stuff now, which is always fun. Always fun to get into the details. Now I think I have to retreat away from this brush. Grab this one. Sky blue. Nope, that's gonna be too long. I'm gonna get some of the our not radiant periwinkle there. Ooh, just about right. I'm just trying to. There we are. That needed to be minimized. Though. That was just too much, I think. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yep. That close. Just too long. Need to take some of that back. Do I want to get some more of my blue over here? I would like to, since we got this blue right over here, we gotta get some of that down here. Gently, gently, gently. I mean, that's some of our original watercolory type stuff right there. That's I know we joke about it all the time, but not always joking that the oils are the original watercolors, because they kind of are. I can use them just as if they were watercolors, or I can just use them like they're oils. Either way, super flexible medium. That's what we like. We like things that can do lots of things. If it can't do lots of things, it's not terribly helpful, is it? There are some specialty materials for sure. They're interference colors or the iridescent pearl white that we're using in the latest tutorial video. That's a kind of a specialty thing. It's for very specific functions, and that's okay. Nothing wrong with having a tool or something that is a very specific role. That's okay. You don't necessarily want all of your tools, though, to be quite so specific or so limited in the roles that they can function. You know what? Better just here. I'm just gonna do a little bit of churning right there. Yeah, and let that kind of blend up a little bit. I still need. Gotta get that blue out of there. Let me try this maybe. There are a couple of little breaks in this that I have to do, like here. Not a bunch, but there's just a few that might suffice. Then, interesting here. Do I go lighter or darker? Lighter, darker, lighter. I'm gonna go a little lighter. A little bit lighter. Where this meets the floor. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, well, I was thinking, do I go darker with a shadow underneath it? This lighter stuff makes more sense. And then we just let that blend. That's again because that's just basically laying on the floor there, which now means I could, in theory, do something like that. There we go. See another nice little reflection. Might even start doing. I'll get a little bit of reflection there, and now talons need to be darker. These specifically, so that anchors our subject more again to the floor, and then we also need, just like we did on the others, so we have to get some of that, and I might just use this as a blending brush. Boom, look at that. Nice, so quick, soft reflection. Now, I don't know if this is going to be as dramatic, Valfair, as the film noirs we did on our other landscapes here, but we haven't had any yet. Wait a minute, there we go, okay. Well, it does, because we got blue. Yeah, taking out that blue, I wonder, does the figure might actually, oh, this is right. So the figure might stand out even a little bit more, Valfair, because now you kind of got an edge contrast thing going. Let's see what happens when we bring the color back. My conjecture here is that when that color comes back, she almost stands out a little bit more because she's got all that blue. Yeah. Well, it's kind of a. Remember when we first did this, right? With this one compared to like the moonlit. Well, no, it was these two, where they were both. Well, here, let's do it. Let's do it. So they're both. They look really different, don't they? Until they're the same, or virtually the same. That is just a color difference. That's not a value difference. That is a color, saturation, and temperature difference between these two. That never gets old, Valfera. That never, ever gets old. I'm telling you. 10 years from now, Valfera will still be doing that. We'll have quite the collection of stuff to show off 10 years from now, right? I mean, we don't even have some of our stuff that we've been showing over the last 6 years. Much less that. A lot of those have gone away. Some of our film noir things that we used to show. It is the star of the show, Valfera. That's for sure. Sorry, Valfera, I couldn't resist that one. I felt obligated, Valfera, because I'm like, well, Valfera went to the trouble of setting that up. We have to finish it off. Now I need some more of the yellow in this here. Let's try this. We got this over here. Let's see what we can do with this. Now we're talking here. Also there. I would like, that's a little bit more on the peachy side. That is fine. More of that this away. We also here. Let me get all this stuff out of that brush. We'll take some of this. No, straighter. Come on, there we are. this. Yeah, I don't know if you heard this story early on. It was I was trying to handle the next sculpt, the latest one that I was printing out, Seri Republic thing, and it was super heavy, and it slipped right out of my hand. And instead of landing on the heaviest part, which you would think it would, right, Valfair, gravity would it would almost flip over, and basically the base, which was the heavy part, that would just kind of be the thing that lands on the really hard surface. Yeah, you would be wrong. It would be the most fragile part, is what lands on the really hard surface and breaks. I guess the good news is that the two pieces were sitting right there. I will try to attach those two pieces. And I mean, I was really amazed, Valfair, that I was able to, keep all that stuff safe because I used some different settings for the supports to make them thinner. And I was all really happy that I was able to get it basically without breaking the fingers off. Now, can you possibly guess? I'll give you one guess, Valfair, which part was the thing that broke off. Yep, it was them. You guessed right. It was the fingers. I do believe if you look under the global laws or the laws of the universe, right, and you look under M to Murphy, I think you were bound to find it there, right, Valfair? I wonder. Let me try this. You know what? That kind of works there. A little bit, yeah. It's nice. So you have Belfiera, given that it's 86 degrees in this room, and not long ago when the air conditioner was working, it would be more like at most 75 in here. That would be on the high side. Right now, yeah, it is 86, and that's cooled down over the last hour from 87 and a half. And given the temperature it was out there today, there's no reason it should be that hot. That is, it was not that warm out there. Is that too? Is that enough? Let me try. Do I want to get? There's almost like some little sub intrusions in our floor. I'm not so sure I want to do. I might do another here, a second one that just is a little interrupt right here, right next to this guy. And Valfair, that's the crazy thing is there's an air conditioner in that room, but because this one, the much larger one, is just not doing what it's supposed to do, that one back there is struggling because it's literally trying to make up the difference at 6,000 BTUs because the 12,000 BTU is like a 0 BTU right now. Now, Valfira, when I'm wearing earmuffs in here, and in wool socks, that's when you'll know, Valfira, that I got the new air conditioner in here. Yeah, that's that's when you know when I got a thing of hot chocolate next to me. Then you'll know that the 12,000 BTU unit is doing its thing. Let me get a little bit orange on that. Also Indian. Wait a minute, not that much. Not quite doing what I need here. Actually, maybe I got fooled by the reflection here. I was deceived. All of them were deceived. Valfira. All of them were deceived. That too. Maybe. see what happens when I chuck a little bit of this back there. Also, kind of, it did a little more smoothing of some things, yeah. Now, yeah, feel free. The last one was 500 or something like that. Now, of course, you gotta have a major caveat in there, because there's what, 5 printers going, and 7, basically, for all intents and purposes, 7 computers. So there's a little bit of asterisk. That's the word I'm looking for. There's a bit of an asterisk there. Now I think I was gonna do some of this, but let me do the darker stuff. When in doubt, make things darker. Let's try this. Ooh, that's kind of dark right there. But oh, that's working. I think I like what I sees there. Hey there, Dunk. How you doing? It is a slam dunk. Dunk, if you want to share links to the site, please go ahead. Oh, hey, Dunk, why don't you? Oh, that's it. Share links to your YouTube channel. I was trying to spit that out. You could see how well that was working. So yeah, Dunk, definitely share links to the YouTube channel. Now it's funny there, Dunk. I was joking with one of the folks there. I said, you know what? I'll bet you any money that ends up being when I'm gone at Gen Con. Sure enough, that's what you call timing. So here, Dunk, real quick, like this is what we'll be painting on the stream, on the Saturday stream right here. So it's a little bit of a precursor. There you go. Look at that. And I don't think you got a chance to see this. So this is what I'm going to be sending you here, Dunk. Is I'm going to be sending you a bunch of pictures of the Seri Republic fleet. Here, you can meet the Seri. This is a quick little review before your meeting there. So there they are in the lower left-hand corner. We call them the bird brains. So you can see again a little bit what the homeworlds look like. And again, here's a little quick view of the society, the architecture. Government is the 12 perches. So the High Council there, again, each perch kind of takes a different aspect of governance, whether it's laws, whether it's regulations, whatever it is. This is their ethos right here. Low thought, middle thought, and high thought. Middle thought's pretty much most of the time, day-to-day living, building stuff, doing the job. Low thought, a little bit of instinct. Everybody aspires to high thought. And of course, here's every species has their own culture. Every species with their own culture. You can see the wind dancer in the middle. You got the orator. You have a scholar. You've got an actor and an artisan. Oh, here we go. There's our previous landscape that we did again. That's one of the Seri homeworlds right there. And we even have a little bit of Seri humor right here, where it says, "Well, I'm working on high thought, but I'm kind of stuck on instinct." So yeah, a little bit of Seri Republic humor right there. And actually, Velfair was working on the Woad. Oh, and here's the Elchiban. We call the fishing ships right here. That's another one of the species. Just painted that bust in a tutorial vid. Here's one of our fabulous birdies, also as a bust. So yeah, a little quickie review right there for you, Dunk. And again, if you want to share the link to the YouTube channel, please don't forget to do that before you head on off to that meeting. Oh, actually, that was the other. So let's see. This one right here, the video itself was. Well, the video itself was like 2 hours 4 minutes long. Actual painting time, 1 hour 80 some odd minutes. Or sorry, like 108 minutes maybe painting time. So it's like 120 minutes total, maybe about 109, 111 minutes tops. Utilizing the oil paints as we're doing right here. We started this thing 3 hours and 14 minutes ago. Everybody check out that YouTube channel. Check out the YouTube channel that Dunk just shared. And everybody give Dunk a follow. And now, Dunk, I guess the question is, will I be able to actually have like a camera like this going and painting while we're doing the thing? Most of the time, that's not the case. It's just, it's extra fun, right? Because they can really get a chance to see how this all works. So usually while we're just talking there. Now again, most of the time it's just audio. But I thought if they're getting loaded up to YouTube, well, maybe there's some cameras involved. And if that's the case, right, so why not? Why not let the folks see a little bit here how the bread gets kneaded just a wee bit. I needs. There we go. I'm doing all this like adding the latest light everywhere else. Boom, there we go. So yeah, Dunk. After that first weekend there in August, just give me a little high sign. You say, hey, maybe set this aside, or you could just do it, sooner. Even before then, just say, hey, look, that next week in August, don't be doing stuff. Ah, that's fantastic. Again, actually, why don't you did the YouTube channel? Why don't you do your Insta there, Dunk? I'm like, there was something else I was going to ask you. That's what it was. Yeah, why don't you share the Instas too? Do that. Come on, give me some. Ah, there we are. That's what we needed. So it took a little while of fooling around with that, but I think we got it going now. More here. And yeah, Dunk, we got been working on all of our Cyber Thuria stuff. So there's multiple games that we're working on all at once. So check out that Instagram link again, right there. Check that out. Again, give the boys a follow. Do that. Oh, I thought I already did this. I did not. Bam. Needed that down there. You know what? I think I need not that big a clump on the brush though. There we go. Okay. Here, same deal. All this stuff's. Yep. So have a good meeting there, Dunk. I know you got to get going in just a minute or two. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. So now it's kind of going over this column. I might even, don't put it past me to grab a little blendy brush here and do something like that. Just take some of that away like we do. What about, so Dunk, at least another hour. Yeah, because we're 3 hours 18 minutes on, so I would say at least another hour for sure. Sometimes it ends up being longer if there's a raid. You know how it goes, right, Dunk? You're literally looking for somebody to raid, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, here's a whole bunch more folks. There's the Inquisition. Seriously, Guahir's got some explaining to do. Of course, what he chooses to do in his spare time, well, that's all his own thing. Now, we got it. We actually did have a 6 on our, there we go, our big old Gandalf 6. What are we going to have? Well, we have 3 halves of a 6. We also have a regular 6. So, yeah, we've got like 2.5 6s there. No problem, Inquisition. Again, I hope that the meeting goes fabulous and goes fast. Yeah. Yeah, both of those things I'm sure you would totally hate if that meeting went fast. Ooh, you know what? You know what? Let me see something here. Okay, that's nice and wispy in front of that. I'm going to get me another wispy thing. Maybe not with this brush, though. Where's the one I was using? Is that actually this one? Nah, maybe it was. Might have been. Alright, I will. Yeah, I think that might have been. Maybe not. But we gotta do a little something down here. Ooh, look at this. See what we did over there? We're kind of doing the same dealy over here, but now with got some of this kind of lighter yellow here. There you are. Possibly a couple more of these little lights in here too. Okay, we're trying to make sure that this is grounded onto the surface. Now we remember we did the lighter stuff here. I might still be tempted to throw a little dark right on the. Well, let me. This was the brush I've been using. Let me try something right here. Let me take our Payne's Gray plus some of this right here. You know what? That was not a bad idea. That actually kind of worked. And let me do a little bit of that edge too. Okay. You know, this maybe we can make this a little darker. Okay, that shouldn't be there. This got a little bit wonky. We're gonna sharpen up all this stuff here. Yeah, let's minus this piece of fuzz that's on the brush though. We take away the fuzz. There. Let's work a little bit on our architecture here. Just again, cleaning up some stuff. That should be much more solid. Whatever's happening here is a little funky. I'll get rid of that. Orange. I guess we'll go with some thinner on this. We need to do two different things. We actually have to tone this down plus widen this. That's. I know it's kind of a weird little combo platter right there, but we actually had to. Yeah, we had to widen that to make it match with the rest of our column there. Also, too, these here columns a little more ornate than just a flat surface there. Come on. There we go. Fine, we'll use this little bit of lighter stuff in here. Down we go. Guess what? Doing that over here. That probably, you know what? Here, let's when in doubt. Darker. We'll expand that over. We're going to push that this way, just like our other one, and then darken that up. We simplify, we darken, we do that stuff, and that already. Not already up now. Again, it's kind of stuck my hand there a few times. I can see that already. I can see the distinctive fingerprint of me sticking my hand on there. It is what it is. Okay, now there we're starting to construct this the way we need to. I want to take some of our. Come on, Indian Yellow, get on up here. Join the fun. Nope. Maybe some thinner. Let's see what happens here. Ah, there we go. Added that a little bit of thinner to it, and it sticks just fine. It can be a shockingly low, I guess it was a small amount that it takes thinner wise to go from the paint just kind of bouncing off of there to it sticks just fine. And we're not talking about, you know, pin line wash to right out of the tube thickness difference, right? Recoil. So recoil, there's actually, I even have some more Woden stuff to show you. Yeah, I didn't get to send you all the Woden stuff. There's more. And it's kind of fun to think, right, Recoil, that they would actually be the finest artisans in known space because some of them have had thousands of years, and I'm not kidding. They've had thousands of years to practice their craft. So yeah, they've been at it a while. Some of those folks. I mean, just imagine, right, Recoil, if you had, an extra. That's why was it the like your elves, right, in Middle Earth? Shouldn't they also be like the most fantastic artists ever? Because well, the whole living forever thing. I mean, they got some spare time, right, Recoil? I'm thinking they don't spend a whole lot of their infinite amount of time on commuter trains. I could be wrong. Although that would be an interesting comedy skit, wouldn't it, Recoil? A bunch of elves on a commuter train. I'm not quite sure how that would work, but it would be funny. So yeah, Recoil. The again that idea too that one of the sheets. I don't think you had a chance to see it yet. But one of the things that they do, Rico, is they actually offer, back on Earth, they offer them a possible technological solution to kind of reset things, right? Where the sun would be kind of back to where it was. Which sets off a wee bit of a controversy. Oh, here we go. We're going to get some more of our. That's got a little translucency to it. I'm going to get over to get some opacity. There we are. And Rico too. I was really hoping for a unique look, and I think we got a unique look with him, right? I guess. I mean, I was trying to kind of keep as much of a humanity to him. I guess if you want to say that. I was trying real hard. That's got to come all the way across there. Bit more reflection there. I wonder. I still got my fast smell weight over here. Oops. Well, no, it wasn't too much. I was thinking like, whoa, that was too much thinner, but I think we're pretty good. Let me try this again. That's good. That's good. That is good. Now it comes out a little more. Yes. Okay. Now over here, I might even try to expand this a little. There. Yeah, Rico. I thought that it would give you much more connection to them, and that idea, right, Recoil, with the Jolerins, those sky, they're big gigantic Unity theaters. I mean, you're talking about, again, the average size of those things is a 250,000 people. That's like the average uh, theater there for the Jolerins. Now, should this come over the front of this like we did over there? No, we're going to have it hang from here. Let's do that instead. And Recoil, I will try to get you a picture of the ships. Um, these ships, in many ways, Recoil, the ships look just like them. That was, needless to say, that was a design challenge to have literally the ships and the people look alike. I mean, obviously we could do it here because, well, as long as there was something that was vaguely like feathers, it kind of gave you the, the indication of that. Here, it was a much different, much different challenge. You know what? That is not quite light enough. Here, let me do this. Okay, at first I was like, did I actually bring that medicine back in here after I refilled it? That would be disappointing. Oh wow, that gets more light than I was thinking. Come on. Ooh, it's getting close. It's getting close. There we are. Now maybe a little extra, like catching on a few bits and pieces of some of this. Oh yeah, I think I might have been able to send you that one sheet there, Recoil of it's called an awakening ceremony. It happens. I don't want to say it happens so never, but it's a rare enough occasion and a special enough occasion that there is a big ceremony for an awakening. And I'm looking forward to animating one of those scenes. I think that's going to be super cool. Oh yeah, let's get this gemstone here more set into something here. Oh wow, we're almost at a Cinco trace. Look at this. I looked up and I'm like, holy smokes, we almost got a whole bunch of threes. We're almost got a whole bunch of threes up there. Which would indicate we've been doing this for 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. I'm not good at math, but that's how it is. We don't do math here. Well, we try. It doesn't always go according to plan. Nice there. You know what? I need to bring a little bit of the light. No, not too much there. Again, if that gets too pronounced, we're gonna lose our wind dancer here. Couple more bits of this gonna catch some highlight. You know what? Down here too. Down there too. So we're just going right back to it. This is essentially as white as we can get it. Can't get it any later than that. Bingo. And now let's see if we can. I'll do the darker stuff first. Let's do that. I mean, there's not like there's a ton of it or anything like that. Again, sorry about the voice there. Might grab myself a little bit of our medicine for that. No, that's gonna be too dark. I'm gonna back off of that just a teensy here. Just a teensy bit. Okay, nice and thin like. Nope, flatten it out more. Flatten it out some more. Dark. Where are we at here? Another few lines out there. So yeah, Rico, I had yet another piece of pizza. We're down to one more left. That's it. One more piece of pizza. Our last piece of meat. We gotta enjoy that. Make it last. All right. Yeah. That. Me darken you up a little. But there is good news, Rico. There is very good news because there's some insulated grocery bags coming this way Tuesday. That opens up. That opens up a whole different collection of chow. It's like, fine, be all warm outside. I got me insulated bags. Look at that. Okay, there we go. That's also going to stand out a little bit more there, too. Yeah, that's the other thing I'm looking forward to, Rico, is if it does ever get cooler in the chapeau here, the air fryer is back in business, as they say. Oh yeah, we're getting ourselves some nice darks on. Let me. No, I think it's better to do that from here. I think so. Okay, just gonna try to work in a few extra darks here. Also, maybe sharpen up the ends of these. Yeah, they're a little. They were like a little rounded there. Sharpen up the edges on the feathers there. I might even darken this up a little bit right around here. Possibly even make that extend it up more. Yeah. So we had our Cinco Trace. 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. Okay, yeah, that's the top of our Sky Cities. And you kind of look at the very tops of these things. Meat's definitely got to be back on the menu, right, Valfira? Well, the other thing that didn't help, right, Valfira, was the grocery store losing power for, what, 3 days? Yeah, that didn't help. That was somewhat deleterious to any kind of refrigerated cuisine, we'll put it that way. But now we can finally, with some confidence, dive back into that sort of refrigerated cuisine. All right. Get that. Try to, man, just sharpen up some stuff here. Sharpen up some edges there. Now I would... that didn't quite go where it was supposed to. Let us try to do a little bit of a highlight along these things. Right here. So that's not just lighter than that. It's catching some of the yellow here. Also, could be a little bit of gold inlay. Come on, there we are. I wonder. See, I think we've been going lighter. Let me try well, once again with the Indian yellow, some of the magenta. Yeah, these are all mostly alkyds out here. Just a bit of a reminder. Nope. These are going to be on the more translucent side. What I'm trying to do is this. There we are. We've been basically making anything that's gold lighter and lighter and lighter, and all of a sudden it's like we got middle tone and highlight. We got nothing that's darker whatsoever. So we decided to try and change that up a little. Same deal right there. And again, this is you can see this is one like that. It's just wild to see the two of those right next to each other. Now, I would say so, recoil, because everything is referred to as Aries, right? So I would say yes. Now, they don't actually, when the teacher, refers to the students, he doesn't he just says young ones. He doesn't say hatchlings. Ooh, light. There's my light. There we go. What's funny, Rico, is that when you see this Seri Republic video, you're gonna think, oh, these are like the nicest guys of all the ones we've seen so far, and the actual truth is that they're almost as well, they're not quite as conquesty as, say, the Jolerins, but they're in the same neighborhood, so to speak, even though they're not in the same actual neighborhood. It's more vestigial there, recoil. There is capacity for flight, not to think of it more like gliding recoil. Yeah, it's not. They're not going to be doing a whole lot of flappity flap. Think of a. Well, I think it is called a flying squirrel, right? Recoil. It doesn't actually fly, but it can glide really well. And not, and we're not talking about moose and squirrel either. We're not talking about that flying squirrel. But they do have a capacity for what some would consider to be flight. It's just not necessarily. It's like the difference between Wright brothers and some gliders there. Now that's you'll see you actually see some of it there, recoil, in the video. Again, I'll be doing that after the stream here. Let me get some more. Okay, there we go. We're kind of missing some of the light on our clouds down here. Gonna get me some of that over here too. What is going on with that? That's a little too. No, I'm gonna maybe. Oh, okay. That. Yeah, she was. No, it's not as much thinner as I thought. For some, like that is way too much thinner, but not really. There we go. That just needed to be reorganized right there. I mean, that's all it needed. It was all of a sudden it's like it's a little rough right there. Let's tighten that baby up. So yeah, you don't have the squirrel with the flight helmet and all that kind of stuff. But I guess it's like extra flap of skin, right, Rico? And they just kind of open that up and they hope they catch a really good updraft or something like that. Either that or they're gonna crack a few of their acorns or something like that on the way down. Let me get a little more of the yeah. Let's get some of the light on top of this here. Okay, I thought that was just a piece of fuzz, but no, that was actually a clump of paint on there. Ooh, there we are. Again, more of our clouds there, and over to this now. Like so, right in there. I mean, I'm just trying to remember that because I haven't. Probably the last time I saw that I was probably 8 years old or something. I'm sure now there's probably some YouTube channel or something that the Rocky and Bullwinkle YouTube channel. Oh, you know what? There actually is a little bit more of our light on the edge of that. Okay, fine. There we yeah. Here, let's Nope, I'm gonna get the smaller brush to do this. Right there. I'm trying to get almost yeah, a little bit more expression now on the face just by doing that. Yeah, so that's yeah. I think there was a campground, oh, Jellystone Park. That's right. Yeah, there was a campground. So I think it's in Indiana or something. Pretty sure it's called Jellystone. Now what we got it. We have only like a mid-tone on some of these gemmy stones here. I'm gonna get me the Prussian blue. Let's get out the Prussians here. Yeah. All along here, missing. We need more of the Prussians. Might come back with the later stuff too, but for now, we definitely need to break out the Prussians. Extra little bit of a dark right there. Oh yeah, Felix the cat. That was the other one. This dark here is a little further up here. There's kind of a weird hard edge right there. You know, same deal here. This is a funky hard edge. We're going to try and take some of that away. Now we will try Okay. Yeah, we need to get a little more light in the, maybe with this. Now that we've added that, maybe this. Now that we've added that, maybe this. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna just take that out of there. Just gonna scrub that away a little. Thumb again. Here, that's another weird sharp line there. We're gonna try and get rid of some of that. We got another weird line over here. Where's that? There it is. Let me try to go another one more lighter there. Okay, yeah, that works. Under. You know what? I think I'm gonna do this. I think if I use maybe this here brush, we will go back to our Violet, Periwinkle. Since we have these clouds here, there we go. Let's definitively, oh man, yes, jeez. I've probably been thinking about doing that for like 2 hours. Better late than never, we say though. Better late than never. Also, if we carry that over here, now we have a nice little forward cloud. There we go. Again, sometimes you need, well, this is why we work on the whole thing at once, right? There's context. Like in the context of this, we really needed that cutting over this, because this railing now comes way forward without this thing popping through it there. Man, also, like we did on the other side, do a little trimola on that after we do that trim. We're going to grab this here yellow, mellow yellow. Now that we've done that, okay, we really need to get that defined. Yeah, that'd be a bit of an issue otherwise. Don't want issues. Here, there we are. All right. That. Some of our light up in there. Okay. Extra little, maybe some light in these cloud areas up there. Sure. And again, it's a really nifty to see these two next to each other. So again, I think this is going to be the Saturday stream. You know, that would be this Saturday, and this possibly the Friday stream. We'll see how it goes. These days, I never know what is going to be happening until it's, well, actually happening. It's like, oh look, I know what's happening now. It's a little tumultuous. Yeah, we got that going here. Now, the perspective of that's too, we gotta cut that down. That is way too steep. See, that one's okay. So now we can sort of rework this because that was way too steep of an angle there on that perspective. We'll take another shot at it here. There. Yeah, okay. That makes a whole lot more sense. I looked at that and went, no, no, if that was like 10 feet higher, then that angle makes sense. But at not 10 feet higher, that angle doesn't make any sense. We get rid of it. Just like over here, not sure what that was all about. And these are the adjustments, right, that you can make if you've managed to establish everything at once. You can look at it and go, nah, that's not really right. Let's make a change over here. Now this is back to the umber. Now that we've made that change, we gotta sort of change this back a little. And this has to be wider now. I'm gonna get a little bit of the Indian red mixed in with it. It'd be easier to do it this way. Sorry it's all upside down, but makes this a whole lot faster and easier. Bam, there we are. Now that's more in line with our other column. Yay. That needs to kind of follow our little highlights. The same thing right here. Change this. Put little notches on there. To this we go. Our high thought, middle thought, low thought symbol will go here. And again, that would be, where's my, so that symbol right there, essentially, that signifies Seri society. So we have, again, low thought is the section on the bottom, middle thought, and then high thought at the very top. Which again, that covers all the, again, that's the philosophy of the Seri Republic. You can see how that's mixing with it. Almost kind of turns a bit green, which well, it should, because it's mixing with blue. Another set of art. There we are. And now we'll leave that alone. We're gonna do a similar thing over here. Maybe even let that get more muted. Again, the more it mixes with all this, right, the more greenish it becomes. It's in shadow anyways. And what is it also surrounded by? A whole bunch of dark blue. Now we'll let that have a chance to set. We got another little something here. We gotta make a change. Let me grab this. And then we'll do this. Which, again, then that starts to bring it in line with what we did over here. Extra little bits of filigree and such there. Yeah, I'm gonna throw another extra little bit dark there, and then some of these to kind of anchor that railing. Then maybe this portion here. Yeah, okay. Let me get the other brush. I might try to get some actual. Look at this. We're 4 hours in. We have hit the 4 hour mark. There was a little bit of drawing on this just to kind of get things basically placed, but a lot of this was just kind of painted in as opposed to drawn in. Especially since a lot of the early painting stuff covered up a whole bunch of the drawing. Come on down here. Maybe that's a bit of a shadow there. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was nice. A nice little strong edge on that. If I do that here, yeah, then our silhouette from our sun, that begins to really take hold. Darker this gets. Nope, that went the wrong direction. That is fine, because I'm going to take this, essentially erase what we just put on there, and now I have this going in the right direction, which would be that way. It's like, whoops, it don't go like that. Again, we'll get it all figured out. That is also not aligned the way it should be. Now it is. And now that that is aligned the way it should be, I think now I can maybe take this lighter blue here. Nah, it's gonna go there. There we are. Yeah, that just, for whatever reason, that just wasn't quite lining up right. I might here. Let me try this here. Yeah. Okay. Let me consult. This. Okay. That's what that is. Okay. Well, if that is the case, then we can do this. There we are. It's kind of like our dauntless there, right? Right, Valfira. It's like I can actually physically check the sculpt and say, you know what? We should be doing this right here. Bingo. Texture here. We've been missing some of this texture here. There we are. Come on, a little bit. Oh yeah, recoil. Yes. Again, when you see something like this, you realize that Seri Republic got talons. Yeah, it got talons. We've only broken that out once or twice on the stream. Sharpen up the edges of that a little more. Bingo. Maybe a little bit of something on the edge of that. I might darken this down. Oh, let me try this. Our pain's great. We still have our Prussian blue. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. That's going to be real dark right here. This is going to be we need some undulations in this. We don't really have any. Now I feel like we got some. That little tapping there was just to see how much thinner whatever's on there. I mean, it's all about yeah, like culture's got a culture, right? Right, recoil. Again, I've been sticking my finger on there, but I'm still going to do this anyway. Again, I'm trying to create a little bit of turn. I think we're doing that now. Yeah. Underneath. Do I want to? I'm going to go with the blue. I mean, well, like a mid-range. Let me see what happens with this. I'm gonna go a little later. Maybe here's some of the sky blue. It's also got some of the white in it. Okay, that worked. It starts to make that foot, ironically enough, more part of the floor instead of just kind of like like overcome by the floor. Yeah, that's much better. That just for whatever reason was not doing what I wanted it to. I'm hoping this is not going to be too light here. Nah, that's got too much thinner. I don't know if it's too late, but it had too much thinner. That is for sure. And not looking for it to be a complete dry brush sort of thing. That's pretty darn close to a dry brush there. Now I will need, let's see this here. Let me take this. Now we don't want to wipe out the shadows, but there's there's cloth that goes over the top of this. There we are. I was like, there's another thing missing again. I only know this because of the sculpt. There is literally one of these pieces that comes across like that on the sculpt. Nice to see you there. So Camda, hopefully the angry orclings can be fed reasonably easy. And now you're just a few hours away from streaming, right, Camda? So Camda, why don't you share? Why don't you share some stuff in the chat since you'll be streaming relatively soon? Can everybody please give Camda Paints a follow? Fine, and yeah, I'm actually just gonna use my finger there to do that little bit of blending right there. So I did try to acknowledge, I tried to keep track of Cinco Trace there, Camda, trying to keep track of it. Okay, yeah, I don't think I'm going to separate that with individual feathery type stuff. I'm hoping to take this, yes, and blend that a little. That was a little too sharp of an edge there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. I'm trying to work in just the taintiest touch of blue. Why? Because that's going to stand out from all the orangey stuff back there. As in, like, a lot. Let me see what... okay, I got this... Okay, what I'm hoping to do right in here is possibly darken this up. No, not like that. A little extra in here, and then we're literally trying to wet blend that blue and this crazy dirty magenta together, because that's how it goes. To the lighter, yeah, right along here. Nope, a touch of thinner in that. Also, yep, right there. And now we got to get the lighter edges on some of these. Got parts of our columns right there. I would like to, on the thumb here, lighten up the thumb. And then again, I'm going to try to get a little bit of the edges on our sky tower here. Okay, just need to do a little bit of that. Maybe a touch more light coming out in here. And then on these clouds, which might be reinforced with a little bit of the Indian yellow there. What do we want to do with you? Let's do this. Let's get this on the side over here. Now that. And that comes down in front of those. And over here, now, just like we were doing on the other side. Touch of light right down in here. Oh, you know what? That is going to catch some light coming this way. Oh, and what if I do this? Now that I see that the darker portion of that starts to stand out there. We definitely got ourselves a lot of red and yellow and blue. That's for sure. We got all the primaries that happen in here. All the primaries, red, yellow, blue, happening. Let me lighten this up. Yeah, so now that cloud, it looks like, right, this is now being cut off by a cloud. Boy, that was, I wasn't quite sure that was going to be too much, but it worked out just right. There we go, catch and get a little bit of the edge, with the edge of that fabric there. Nice. That's a little weird. What's going on with that? I'm going to leave that paint in that brush there. I'm going to grab this one. This dark ends up there. Okay, yeah, I think both of those now. Also that. Yeah, that all makes a little more sense. That was a little funky. Again, we had to make a little bit of a change, whatever it is. Now again, but check out the the Instagram link there that Cam the Paints just shared. Oh, and Canada, I was hoping that the printer. I know you're making all kinds of fun. Oh, the printers. Right? It is not printer. It is printers. Just hoping those are going really well. Again, I'll find out after the stream if our fishy, our new fishy, because I mean, this one is maybe 80 some. That was more like 100 and something millimeters tall. This one I think is a little shy of 80. It might be like 79 or whatever. Yeah, that one was. That's that. Right now, it's the latest Patreon video, but after the stream, I will be posting the next one because that's actually already uploaded. I will say this recoil, okay, yes, we lost the old work machine, but this one renders videos possibly more than twice as fast. Yeah, I mean, it used to be, if it was a 2-hour video, it was going to take usually about 2 hours and 2 hours and 5 minutes to render. Now it's more like 52 for the same length of video. Which is, I mean, GPT said it's basically twice as powerful, if not a little more. Maybe like 2.25 times more powerful than what I was using. Got to angle that this way, and then this thing here is going to have to just kind of angle down. Possibly something lighter here on these guys. Like here. Also there. There we are, okay. Now we're going to do this. Coming down through here. Lighter. No, there. Okay, follow their line. Like that. I might still... wasn't really wanting to do this, but I'm just going to do it anyhow. To lighten the there. Okay, now that I do think that really looks like it's sitting on top of the floor there. Yeah. All right, and come on, there we are. Go along this way. Ah. There. I gotta be super careful with it. Those are too pronounced. And then they're just gonna... We're gonna lose that in the... Actually, maybe we should do a quick little film noir. We did this maybe about an hour and a half ago-ish. Before the we didn't have these darks out here. We had, I think, maybe some blue out there, but let's see what we got here. Well, now we've got more edges here, so this stands out even more than it did before. Because for a second there, when we did the film noir, this stuff was almost as prominent. Mostly because what we're doing here is we're doing a little bit of temperature contrast. Cooler blues, also not quite so saturated, versus a very saturated warm color. Now, as we bring back our color, look at this. She darkens down too. Look at it, she's seeming like she's actually getting darker. But as we get closer to our 100%, that's the game that we're playing there. You see, even if we do it like this, right, you still have these cooler, less saturated colors next to the most saturated, the warmest colors right over there. Yeah, here, let's get the, nope, too late. Too late. We shall retreat. Ah, there we are. Hmm. Fine, we'll engage a little bit of the thinner there. That wasn't really the plan. We'll get maybe a little bit more of the Naples yellow. And now we're going to try to define here. Maybe a little more. That might be too much thinner. Just trying to define some of these. Okay. And now, this back here, we got to put something else there. We're gonna just say that is our more of our atmosphere type thing. I should go with where'd that brush go? I'll just use this then. We got this. We've got our violet here. Little more of that. Not radiant periwinkle. Maybe we can get some of a little bit of red in there. Because, yeah, if that's going to be... Here, let's try some of our sky blue. Which, now I'm going to try to reflect a little hint of that. Ah, yeah, look at that. See? There we go. Reinforce this a little. It'll get more of the sky blue in the corner over there. But I do think I might actually head on over Mike Moan's way here. Because again, we want to make sure we got everything all set there. I had some animations to make if we want to have... Because I definitely have a whole bunch of other panels and stuff that I would like to show. Kind of like our Terraforce animation there. So I thought we say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. Also, thanks for all the bits and the subs. Follows, cheers. We also had raids. We had those too. Appreciate that. And again, we had a whole bunch of follows. We appreciate the follows. And again, we'll be right back at this again on our Friday stream, which I think this is the most likely subject matter right here, because that'll, again, nice little lead in from this to our figure. I think that's kind of, we'll build it. Right, recoil, that's a real pro thing. We're going to build towards it. So we're going to get this rate countdown underway here, because it takes a few seconds to get that going. Oh, wait a minute. I guess not. Wait a minute. Let me... There we go. Because here's Zumi Kito. How you doing there, Zumi? Great to see you. Everybody please give Zumi Kito Miniatures a follow. So Zumi, that was looking super fantastic. So Zumi, why don't you actually share some Instas or Discords in the chat there. We are doing some more of our Seri Republic. Actually, Zumi, did you get to see... I don't know if you actually got to see this right here. Again, this is our Seri Republic space landscape, as we call it. Now, think of the tops of these towers right here. That's what you're seeing here. So this is basically a sky theater, as it's known on Seri Prime. And here's a fabulous little 2D painting. But looky here, look what's coming up. This will be our Saturday stream. Oh, well, looky there. And it's got a nifty little base there. Hey there, Lord of Things. How you doing? Nice to see you there, Starflare. So again, this is what we'll be painting up on the Saturday stream. We're going to have a little blue lantern here. See, like these guys here? Alright, now we'll show you what their ships look like. Here's that again. This is just a few of them right here. And we painted up a whole fleet of these. Carrier, battle cruiser. Let me show you the troop transporter. This was super fun. Look at this. So there's the troop transport. You see these guys? See how there's 6 of them? Oh, well, look at that. There you go. So that this equals one of these. So each of these troop transport ships also carries 6 of these guys right here. And again, that's all part of our Seri Republic. Here we'll show you some of the slide. They're located right here on our star map. So lower left-hand corner, right there's the Seri Republic. Again, that's kind of what the home world looks like. There's our carrier that you saw earlier, right? And then some of their fighter craft. These, well, you might recognize that. See the battle cruiser and the troop transport and the battleship. Those were all painted on stream. I just took a photograph of it, and then we set it in their environment. That's a little look-see at their culture right there, kind of the different aspects of the Seri Republic. More on their architecture. Government is the High Council, comprised of the 12 perches, and each perch covers a different aspect. You know, some is law, some more criminal law, economics, right? Your industrial output, agriculture, that sort of thing. And here is their ethos. This is their ethos, the 3 thoughts. Most times, most folks are in middle thought, like day to day, right? Just trying to get through the day. Low thought is maybe when you're not, when you're a little bit, shall we say, not so happy or whatever. But everybody strives for a high thought. And of course, it's easier to strive for high thought in the sky theaters. So again, these are some of their artisans there. You look at the Wind Dancer right there in the center. You've got an orator, you have a scholar, you have an actor, and an artisan. So again, that is a big part of Seri society. And we've been doing this with the oil paints. Doing this with the oil paints here again, you can kind of see that same motif that we did in this painting right here. They live in an area of space known as the Valley of the Giants, and that would be all kinds of really, really, really massive blue giant stars, red supergiant stars, so on, so forth. So Zumikito, if you would like to share anything in the chat, like I was saying there, go ahead, do that. That was looking really nifty. I guess, how are you looking as far as whatever deadlines you might have on that? I meant to ask that earlier. Sorry, I kind of didn't spit that out right away. Ooh, here we go. Look at this here, a little more of our orange. Just trying to reinforce again some of the, and we might even take a little bit more of this dark right here. Also up here, also too. That's you can see that's a more intense orange. You know what? It could. Ooh, this is actually not too shabby. Because this now, if I extend it here, that cloud stands out more. All right, fine. I'll make this adjustment then. I guess we might have a Cinco Quattro camera. I didn't think we would have one, but I think we're going to have one. Blending brush. Nope, there's some cleaner on there. We're going to make sure that goes away. Now we've got something we can use for. See, I'm just doing this little tap, tap, tap. I'm not doing that. All that's going to do is smear the stuff. Oh, also, too, forgot all about this. This was our Monday stream. So Armada Monday, these are some of our Terraforce ships. So we have a couple of basically interceptors. We have a heavy bomber. We've got an electronic warfare craft. And here's the Argus right here. So again, that's just some of them. That's some of the ones we painted. Where's our carrier? And it goes There's your carrier right there. Again, that's a Terra Force, very different. And of course, we are working on. I'm gonna be printing out these guys' ships. So here's the fishies right here. So this is another one of our species, and their ships are really, really interesting looking. I think we're gonna again go with a lot of the interference paints on their ships. I think that's going to yield some really interesting colors and looks. Now this over here, you know what? Let's do this. That little extra bit of blue there was a little funky. You know what? That makes more sense. Yep. That just makes a little more sense. Alright, well here, let's clean it up a little touch more. So again, I appreciate everybody coming on in, and like I said, I believe our second Friday stream essentially will be discussed here, and this will be the Saturday stream. At least I think that's how it's going to play out. I think that's how it's going to work. We'll have a little bit of object source lighting on the figure because we've got, see, little lanterns right there. Ooh, if I'm doing that, I have a chance to do this. Speaking of source lighting, let me see what happens here. You know what? Let's do that. I mean, we don't want to make it super pronounced or anything. But you know what? A little something there. Yes. A little bit of our blue right there. And guess what? I mean, we were trying to get some secondary light on this anyways. Well, now we got secondary light. That makes more sense, I think. Take my blending brush to that and to this. 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 10 seconds ago. Again, we were just starting our drawing on this thing. And we're just starting to draw out a few basic shapes. It's changed a little bit since then. This is just a piece of a hot press illustration board. Crescent hot press illustration board. That's all it is. Yeah, let's have those almost connect to this. Just let that get filled in a little bit too, okay. Yeah, let me take some of this darker. We'll push that over, take some of that away. Also this one. Yep, makes more sense. Now, obviously it's all shiny there, so it looks a little bit funky. Once we lose the shine on that, it'll make a whole bunch more sense. Alright, now that's getting to be more in line with what we have over here. Now, what about these? Nope. I'll use that. Too light. That might tone it down just enough. It looks that way. Yes, I think it does. It seems to have done the trick there. To a little bit more light we go. Nope, I gotta do a couple more of these. Indian yellow, mix a little bit of that. You know what? I'm gonna change this up here. I'm gonna take that all the way down here. I'm just going to cover that up because there's a weird tangent there. If I just take my blue here and go over that, that takes away that weird tangent. I mean, I needed to get that darker stuff there anyway, so all good. Darker is nice. Same over here. Okay. Yeah, it sort of locks in, right? It frames this pretty nice. Again, that's some of the leftover indigo from my last tutorial video. I'm going to just chuck in a few more little breezy edges in here. This is just about as dark, again, as I can go. Another little line right in here, and that brings this edge forward. Going up. Yeah, let's use the Van Dyke brown. For once again, a bit more of the texture here on the leg. Not quite dark enough. Not enough separation there. Now we got some, and also want to maybe let's see what happens when we put a little more reflection here. A little bit of dark there now. Yep, I can use this as a blending brush, and just take this. I'm just going to yank that, pull that right down. That's what we've been doing with all of our reflections here. Oh, I see this has to be altered a little. Okay, now it lines up with that. I wasn't quite lining up before. This got some of my British brown there. Let's try this. Let me smoosh that up. Ah, see that? Look at that. Bam. Now here we already have got some of this other stuff working here, so I'm not really going to fool around too much with the reflection. I just wanted to get a little indication of this being here. I think we might try a little more dark right here. This little tap, 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 and look at that. So it's just kind of again softens it up a little bit, but now we've got again a little bit of reflection. We'll try the lighter part of that reflection now. Not light enough. Now we're starting to get there. Okay, I don't want to. I'm not trying to mirror that exactly. We just wanted a little something there. Now we can come back with this blue slash violet here. And now that reflects there. I would like to maybe, let me get to Nice little bit of this violet stuff here. Touch more of that down in here. Is that too high? That might be a little too high. Let me take this and cut some of that away. Boy, we did just get enough dark around our little lanterns here to make those stand out. Let me break down, again, some of the stuff that's in that brush. Just trying to find my reference here real quick. Where did that go? Back to my darker blue. Up there once again. All right. I'm gonna take what is left of our Prussian blue and kind of lighten this up a bit. I want it. You know, I might throw a little bit of the sky blue in there. Yeah, okay, that was getting to be a little bit too solid of a dark blue. All right, we're doing this. Nope. Let me try. Yeah, right here. That's. Where is. I'll maybe use this guy here. We're going to try and do a nice big old long brush stroke. We don't want to get too much of the indigo in there. So that, again, we're going to try and lighten this down here a little smidge. Now we can. It wasn't going to work with the little teensy brush there. There we go. See that all kind of mixed together there? That is nice. Okay, not too much of it. I'm going to put some of that back over here too. So yeah, that was like one big old gigantic dark blue there. So that's better. It's going to help us do a little bit of let me do this. Yeah, okay. I'm looking at my reflection over here. Let me soften these even a bit more here. I mean, we use this as a blending brush all the time. Wow, I can see the darker paint sitting on there too. Next thing I want to try, let me try to do this. This may or may not work. Well, I don't know. Oh, Camda, gee whiz, guess what we're only seconds away from, Camda? Can you believe it? I didn't think we were going to get there, but we're going to get there. Yes, indeed. We are just seconds away from ye old Cinco Quattro. I appreciate that, Camda. All kidding aside, Camda, I'm kind of liking having this right with, then paint the other figure. I like having this too. This is going to be good to have. So just a few, we're like 4 seconds away. Yep, 2, 1, boom, there it is. A Cinco Quattro. It's 4 hours, 44 minutes. 44 seconds. Yeah, Camden, I was not expecting that. That wasn't the original plan. When does the original plan actually happen, right, Camden? Now, Camden, I knew that actually, Camden, I can't wait now. Doing this, I can't wait to get to some of our Cyber Thurian stuff. I think that's going to be really, really, really cool there. I think that's going to be really nifty doing, our portrait images, Nimue and stuff. Because again, comparing this to what the miniature looks like. Because I was kind of hoping Camden to actually have a whole, just like a whole collection of the miniatures by the time next Adepticon rolls around, plus the game and everything else. I was actually hoping to have a whole series of paintings. And of course, what else? Recoil. We haven't actually messed around in a while with the Cyber Yomi stuff either. There's a whole other universe. Because we don't have enough universes already, right, Ken? We gotta have more. I get more of a little bit of the violet, some of the purple. I wanted to. Nope, too dark. That is just enough, because that's a little. It's sharper on that side. Both of these sides are a little wonky. Got to get those a bit sharper there. Might even, now that I'm looking at this, I still do have some of the white left here. Some here. Okay. Again, try to see, that's kind of semi-translucent there. Now let me hit this again. To kind of, no. To kind of match what we did on the other side a little more. Where are we at up here? Another change. Okay, that was a weird, funky tangent there. See, I like the way you can kind of see what's behind there. I'd rather have that. That is better to have that back there. Now, okay, that's got to get broken down. I want to make sure there is some yellow in this, though. There. If that's too much, well, looky here. I got the Indian yellow. Let's get some mango yellow out here. All right. So okay, there we go. And I think now that we're getting close to 5 hours, and it's almost 5 in the morning here. Oh my goodness. Hey, now we'll once again say thanks for all the bits, the subs, the follows, the cheers, the raids, because, well, we had a bunch of those, right, Camda? And thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations. Super, super fun. More fun with our bird folks. Look at that. More fun's going to happen. It'll be interesting to see, Camden, if it takes more or less time, because we're almost cheating here, right? Because we did this whole thing. Now when we paint the miniature, we don't have to worry about edges and all that other kind of stuff, because it's kind of locked in there. Yes, indeed. So I'm going to try to do a little bit of a raidy thing here. Let's start this. Let's get this going. So again, thanks again. I appreciate everybody being here. And well, we'll be back at it really soon. I hope it was there, Camden. And again, good luck on your stream there, too. I know you'll be kind of on the tired side. So see everybody later.